Alright, I guess Mythic Run, we're back. Back again. Ricardo, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Oh, we're back. But yeah, so one thing happened last night that I do want to talk about before we get started. I got the trinket that I really wanted to try out. Decoration of Flame. Hey, what's up, guys? Chris as well. What's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Decoration of Flame here. 402 on Heroic. We got it last night, so we'll try that out. I think at least as it is right now, it's definitely better than this just because it's slower. So 10 item level better at least. So got up to 406 thanks to that. But so that's what we're going to be trying out today. I'm not exactly sure how good it's going to be at the end of the day, but seems like it might play on the more offensive side. But I mean, it's decent defense too, right? I got a 411 trinket off the weekly quest, and it's a trash trinket, so 411. Sure, it's an upgrade for you regardless. I got a piece that is just straight up downgrade, just worse. Same piece, lower item level, so could be worse. Alright, let's get a... I do have to leave a little early today as well, that's why I started a little early as well. Gotta be off by about 3:30 today, so see what's up there. Still searching for more 20s, but they're not out there for some reason. Hall's 18 we still need, so we'll go to that. Ruby Light Poles, we actually upgraded 18 already, so don't need that one. I got a two-handed weapon from the weekly quest. I'm glad I did it first because I was about to get one from the vaults. Oh, yeah. If you're, yeah, I guess, I don't know, that whole thing doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. If it's a good piece that you would want, don't you want it from the vault instead? I mean, like, for me, if it was a weapon in the vault and a weapon in the box, I'm obviously taking it from the vault. It's going to be like at least 10, if not 15 item levels higher. The piece I got from the box was like 402 or something like that. Definitely not going to take a 402 weapon over a 418 weapon. That would be an, like, even that same item level upgrade at the end of the season would still be a massive upgrade. Oh, we are in the key at least. Might as well just head out there now. Hard to get enough time in here with this flight. It's tough. I've been getting my fresh blood decay, and man, pugging like 7s and lower is just rough. I know, I actually really want... I might do it. We'll see how today and tomorrow goes. But I'm like legitimately considering Monday, I'm just going to play my Paladin. Dude, I want to show you this, guys. I honestly shouldn't because I'm going to make a video on it, but I want to show you this. Here's a little spoiler about what I'm going to make a video on this week. Little spoiler for you guys, right? This is something, dude. When I saw this, I was like, alright, we gotta make a video on this. Watch this. Look at this. That's enough. You've seen enough. You've seen enough. Okay, yeah. And that's in an 11 that happened there, so yeah. I think I honestly want to just do some lower keys just to have some fun. Museless, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How's it going? That strat works wonders. Yeah, sure. I bet it does. We wiped 3 times in the first boss of Shadow Moon Baragon because the group didn't understand the runes mechanic. Oh, you mean the stand on the moon thingy? The 14 to 15 range is rough too. Been trying to get Key Submaster on Blood Decay, and everyone is being so toxic. Damn, really. I'm sorry to hear about this. So, what keys aren't rough? Is there any keys that aren't rough? I haven't had really much issue, to be honest. I've still had people not understand the tree boss mechanics in Algethar. What specifically do they do wrong? See, I'm looking for like crazy ass mistakes, and I didn't realize how out there they are. I'm looking for them. I really want to find them. It's like so funny to me, man. That stuff really cracks me up. As much as I want to try to make progress on my character, I know it's gonna come. A day is gonna come soon where that's over on this character, so I don't need to rush into it. Pugs haven't been too bad for me so far, but only 2,200. Yeah, I haven't really seen any. There's been like 2 or 3 people the whole season so far that I thought were really not deserving of where they were. That's it. There is content to farm. Yeah, I was thinking like 10s would be the number. Yeah, there's a lot of people probably trying to do 10s and think they're easy, you know. What's your gear looking like? 406 now. Pretty solid. I'm pretty satisfied. Just gotta get a few other. We got still the shitty helmet, and pants aren't great, and well, chest and helmet are really our worst pieces right now. Mistaken Algethar tree boss that screwed us, killing Ancient Branch before Germinate happens, so swirlies kill people when they try to clear. Yeah, but I don't know like what else you're supposed to do, because that seems like the only way to do the fight. If you don't do, like, unless you hold on to the ad super hard somehow, there's never going to be a better opportunity to do it. People just need to soak at the last second and not get hit by swirlies. That trinket's sweet, this one. I'm going to try it out today. I just got it last night. I'm excited to see what it looks like. Looks cool, funny little animation there. I think you kick the ad twice, let the Germinate happen, then nuke the Ancient Branch. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be possible because the ad doesn't have a lot of health. Now they nerfed the hell out of the health, right? So I don't think you can actually, like, you'd have to like banish it or something. I think you can banish it maybe. I feel like in some groups on the 12 and up range, you still have to beg for interrupts and stuns. Healers carrying bad DPS to get randomly one shot. Yeah, I'm in for it, man. I'm trying to see it. So I'm going to do it on Holy Pally just because when I saw that, when I saw Cop... That was last week too, Tyrannical Grievous, by the way. When that guy tanked the boss in the middle, I was like, dude, if that's out there, I need it so bad. And if I'm the tank, it's not going to happen. So I got to heal. They just won't stand in the green circle from the triad to cleanse. Yeah. Honestly, on lower keys, it's probably not even needed, but we saw it yesterday. 2 stacks is just not possible. Like, you can't survive 2 stacks. That was in a 20. Alright, what are we waiting on here? A healer? Oh, we have a healer already. Oh, we need lust. Let's see. People just somehow cannot avoid easy damage. Yeah, well, they don't know what's happening is usually what I see to be the case. They're unaware of the mechanics. It's been something I've learned a lot about, unfortunately, raiding with the guys I'm raiding with now. Like, people get mechanics and they just don't even react to them. Like, they don't know they're on them when they go on them. They don't know they're on them when they end. And that's a UI issue. I don't really know. Like, try not to get into the the brain chemistry of it, you know what I mean? But there's obviously a few factors there. I think that's the #1 thing that everybody needs to work on is just clarity. You know, whether it's you're overwhelmed, you need to calm down. Whether it's your UI shit, you need to retool. Whether it's you need audio cues instead of visual cues, I don't know, but I see this very often now. I did Halls 14 last night. It was 4 guys from a guild. The healer didn't move at all, then yelled at me for moving stuff out of Sanguine, and they kicked me from the group. What the hell? Sounds like there might be more to that story, but either way, that's a funny little quip. The trash near the Tempest boss in New Orleans this week is really bad in the 12 to 13 range, where you might get a group that the players don't have kicks. Oh yeah, that's a really bad dungeon for not having kicks. High Mythic Plus per player's skill and experience matters more than rating, unless you're talking about peak Mythic Plus, I guess. Just one example on Ruby Life Pools, I guess I'm the only one stunning or gripping the Flame Dancers. They are melting the DPS. Oh yeah, you gotta stun them. So that's one of those things that, like, once it happens, just tell them. You guys need to stop this cast, and then don't do it again. Make them do it. That's the way I would handle that. New Orleans is the worst one this week. Yeah, it always floods or whatever. Metro summoning, what is this? Yeah, this one takes forever. We'll summon, fuck it. I don't have a lot of time today, so we gotta get moving. I think part of the problem is people care too much about damage at the moment. I don't think that is part of the problem, unfortunately. I'm sure there are some people out there who do feel that way, and there certainly are in every key level. But I don't think you, as a DPS, can be that unaware of how dangerous content is right now. You know what I mean? Like, if you get hit by these mechanics, you die. That's it. Like, that's it. So how long can you possibly go where you're like, I'm not doing them, I'm only doing DPS? You can't. It's not possible. Like, you cannot upgrade keys that way. It's not like it was in Season 4 where, okay, 5 deaths from the DPS, who cares? Who gives a shit, you know? Now it's like, no, dude. You fucking get one shot if you don't do these mechanics. You get destroyed. Like, your character is deleted. You have to level a new one, some of these mechanics, you know? You can't go that. Like, you can't, for long, not do them. It's not. There's no way. Your brain just isn't going to allow it. You die 20 times in a dungeon, it's gonna have an effect on you. Obviously, you know, the age-old dead DPS do no DPS, but people have never had an issue with that before either way. But regardless, it's like, your brain isn't, like, you know, as bad as some players are, they're still human beings. They still have the ability to learn and process, you know, what do you call it, conditioning effects, you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna let that go for weeks. 3 weeks in, you're not still doing that. That's the one thing I really like about this season. Well, I mean, I like everything about the season, but this is the thing I probably like the most about the season so far, is that it actually is really encouraging DPS and healers to actually fucking pay attention. Like, actually be present in the key and anticipating things and doing your best along the way. Whereas in Season 3 and especially Season 4 of Shadowlands, it was like, bitch at the tank for 30 minutes and do nothing but DPS the whole round, and you still double upgrade the key. I'm pushing higher in my Arcane Mage, and I have to move so much and mess with my DPS. I can always burst 100k at the start, but overall it's not so great. Yeah, that's a big reason why I would always play Frost, honestly. It's just so much more open for 5-mans, it feels like. Alright, anyway, here we go. First key of the day. Trying out this new trinket. I swear it's always the same person getting killed by mechanics. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it probably is, to be honest. If they're struggling with it at this point, then they're probably always going to struggle with it. Good luck with the key. Thanks, Mark. Hopefully we won't need too much luck. This should be a pretty easy one. Oh, we did it yesterday and didn't have much success at all. Killed Razageth last night as the last one alive with Purgatory. Oh, wow, that's awesome. That's pretty badass, actually. Don't really get a lot of solo save opportunities for bosses, for raid bosses. Usually the only reason I can solo save stuff is because it doesn't actually do that much damage. The raid bosses are a little different. They're meant to kill you. As we're on Feral Druid, I gave him every opportunity. I was going to turn it because he was standing right in front of it, but then I was worried I might hit somebody else, so... I think you should just let him get hit by it at that point if he's going to stand in front. Anyone feel like people in their groups absolutely cannot avoid the boulder mechanic? Yeah, that fight is... It's not even, like, you don't even need to feel bad about that. That's going to happen the rest of the season. That fight is really hard to do in a pug. That is probably like the one fight where it's like, man, Discord would be really useful because you can tell exactly where people are going to stand. It's a rare thing in keys, but that one is definitely on the list. Not sure if there's any possibility of this trinket missing. I don't really know how it works. Drake Riders to me. He like never says that voice line, but that's the one I always quote. It's really weird. Marked by lightning. The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls. Feral Druid single target is quite good right now, though. It seems like a good pick right now. Surprisingly so. Balance is actually not as bad as it used to be, though. Just waiting for that rework so they can bring it to an interrupt. Alright, there's the move. So hopefully we can see 2 more 20s, but unfortunately we're limited in time today, and then I haven't decided about Saturday yet. We'll see. I'll definitely stream tomorrow, and definitely streaming Monday, but I just don't know. I really do want to get 4 20s done, but they're just not being listed, so I don't know when that would happen. Has your priest considered pressing smite? I have no idea, dude. Yes, he's used it. Oh, that's right here. Fuck. Got hit by that. I didn't even see it. Oh, perfect. Alright, good timing for this. Tried pulling it all yesterday and it just like killed the group, so fuck it, we won't do it. Motionless. Hello, my arms are gone. You would just switch to Fury. I always thought this was really funny. In the old days, I always used to just like look up challenge mode videos, and some of the best challenge mode runners were in Korean, like they're from Korea, and the direct like YouTube would have like the direct translation for their shit on the titles or whatever. And whenever there was a arms warrior, it would say weapon warrior for the direct translation or whatever. I always thought that was funny because that's all arms warrior means. It's using weapons, right? I always thought that was funny, but the funnier one was instead of shadow priest, it would be black priest. I was like, what the fuck? I always, every time there's ever a pun about arms warrior, I always think of that. I have a dumb question. I just came back to retail WoW. How you the icon box next to your name? You'll have to be more specific. Sorry, I tripped up by that little typo. I guess I'm not sure what you mean exactly. If you mean all this shit, this is just add-ons. Weak auras, different add-ons. Dark Magician, yeah. I mean, it actually makes sense. Like a fallen priest, basically, is what a shadow priest is. Pearl pumping HPS. Oh, really? Didn't even notice. That's good, at least. The elements answer to me. Gotta do something. Just now leveling my DK alt. Been trying not to burn out, so been kind of taking it easy. You gotcha, man. No rush. No rush. You don't need to. I feel like you're rushing or something. Come on, Mystic Heal. Did you get your flames from normal? The trinket, yeah, I got it from heroic, yeah. So we're giving it a try today. We'll see how it works out. First time doing a real key with it. Rock Kelly now? What the hell? Okay. It's really nice, yeah. It seems like it's probably just better than the trinket I had. Doing more damage and offense, or more damage and defense. I forgot the name of the box that tells you what you are targeting. I'm sorry, I just don't know exactly what you're talking about, man. Sorry. I use almost nothing other than weak auras and Blizzard default, so. I'm thinking of switching to Blood DK because it takes about an hour to find a group as a DPS, so really. You should just do your own key. Like, you should do your own key even as Blood DK, honestly. Especially if you're doing small keys. You mean nameplates? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously I use other add-ons, but I thought he was talking about whatever is up here. Okay. Going pretty well so far. He's talking about tooltip, is he? How do you convince DPS to not stand in front of you when the maidens cast Mortal Hue? Let them get hit by it and die to it. Always use reinforcement, classical reinforcement. Make them make a mistake and then they will learn from that mistake and they'll be a better player afterwards. The healing done is insane, is it? Pretty, look at this guy, got twice hit by that, so maybe he's not gonna learn. Maybe classical reinforcement isn't gonna work for him. People never learn, yeah. They'll have to learn eventually. Sorry I missed it, but I didn't hear about the flame trinket. Is it good? I don't know. I'm trying it for the first time. We'll see. It certainly seems like it would be. I used it on the beta and it was really good. Deneth, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Not your name, your nameplate, the other one to the right of it. This? I'm sorry, I'm just not. All of this is just Blizzard default up here. This is add-on stuff right here, and everything else is Blizzard default. So. Alright, we can go. Get this fella killed at least. This doesn't like open the door now, right? I don't think so. I know this is like actually the boss phase 1 for some reason in the game, but your guild's still in normal? Yeah, we did some heroic and we did not go well last night. So I don't know what we're doing right now, kind of just waiting. We need to just stop trying to do heroic and just do Razagath. I feel like it'll be a better, it would be a better victory for us. No, we did Aranog. Yeah, that's how I got the trinket, obviously, but so last night we did this key, so we somehow got both this guy and the other. I mean, you got they're standing right there. And a 13 key for me, it was like 13. It was 3% of total DPS, and healing was on par with Umbilicus and Tombstone. Yeah, I did a few keys last night, but they were lower, so I want to see. That's about where it was for me too. In those lower keys, I want to see in higher keys. How do you move it with add-ons? All the Blizzard default stuff is now movable with just the game. Like, you go to edit mode and you can move it wherever you want. Did Razagath last night? I think she's probably the easiest final boss in the raid. Oh, really? I think you're probably just, yeah, you're in a very good group because I don't know, maybe you're just overgeared or something, but doesn't look like it's going to be easy for my group. We'll see next week. I think it's just got to stick on that fight now. Obviously somebody aggroed it. Yeah, they don't just like randomly aggro, right? We're a pretty marginal guild, but Heroic Aranog is such a pushover. We're wondering if we should scrape up 20 for Mythic Aranog. Oh, yeah. I hate doing this boss. It's Holy Pally. I'm sure it's hard, yeah. Healing this fight is definitely hard, but Holy Pally should be one of the better for it, because they can bubble and stuff. She is easy if nobody goofs. I caught a lot of cop stream, and you said something like the boss where it will, if you make a mistake, you will die, and you were right. Yep. That's what makes fights hard at the end of the day. It's not normally tuning in my eyes, so I think that makes it a hard fight. Denathrius, I felt like was way more forgiving, especially in the first two phases. Like, we haven't even gotten to the hard part yet. Mythic Aranog will be a gear check. 2 walls closing on you would be hard with lower gear, yeah. Big issue with Razagath is there are multiple DPS checks. That's what I'm saying, yeah. James, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How's it going, man? DPS is not our strong suit. Oh, yeah, well. Honestly, like, I don't know where you're at and where others are at with keys, but, like, if it was me and we were struggling, like, for any long period of time, I'd be like, yo, we just gotta do keys. Like, I don't know. Rating is just harder. It's just so much easier to have success in keys, I find. When I go into edit mode, that is the only box I can't move. I'm sorry, man. I have no idea, yeah. I thought we were gonna do the boss in the middle strap for this one. Right, that's funny. Is one side better than the other? Maybe. I like to start with the left. I can't remember exactly why. Just know I've been doing it for like 5 years. I think it's better to start with the harder one, maybe. Get the healing started, you know? Because Bloodlust will be up for that one still. Do they mean the target of target frame? I wish they would tell me exactly what they mean. I can't help if we don't know what we're talking about, you know? Unsure, sorry guys. I'm not very good with like, I'm not very good at like overly basic stuff, unfortunately. I can never think in those terms. Thing is, the Sanctified takes some DPS off boss. That's also true, yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, mob. The mob fucking runs over there to die so we don't have to worry about sanguine. That's nice of it. That was really nice of it. We require Mythic Vault to help with that. We tend to have to overgear the content. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if you got, you know, 8 hours of raiding and you're struggling, you might want to just break down 2 hours of it and just take people into Mythic Plus. That's probably more productive. You could really get some good gear out of Mythic Plus right now thanks to this, these things here. I don't even remember what the first tier is though, so maybe it's not even, I can't even remember what eye level it is. Sanguine on knock is the worst thing ever. It's funny because you wouldn't think it would be hard because it's such a big open area, but yeah, the mobs just refuse to move. I did get the mat to make a 405. Oh yeah, is it 405? Okay. That's still pretty good. There's so many mobs that are just standing still, yep. That's what I'm experiencing as well. $10 to $14 is 405. Yeah, there you go. More people in raid equals better crafting mats? No. It's from the difficulty of the raid, obviously, so. I went golfing yesterday and this guy got mad at us for waiting for the green to clear to hit even after my ball made it that distance. So, from what, like a short par 4? Yeah, people are fucking... Golf is like... The thing that's the worst about golf and WoW, both the same problem. The people. If there was just me on the golf course, I would probably golf every day of my life. What does eye level of crafting have to do with Mythic Plus difficulty? That's how you get it. So a lot. 16 is the first one that drops the highest. Yeah, so you can get the crafting material for Mythic Plus. 16 is the highest one. That's how I have so many good items. Honestly, yeah, if it wasn't for... I have 3 items that are 415, and one of them is actually 418. If it wasn't for the Mythic Plus crafting situation, I would have way worse gear. How should a new player spend Valor? I really don't know. An experienced player like myself has no idea how to spend Valor, so I can't help you, unfortunately. I just don't really have a good option. It's just, I have like a lot of decision, like problems making a commitment to a single item, you know? Because I always worry about the second I do it, I'm going to end up replacing it. Starting from 11 and 16, yeah, 16 is the highest. Should I save or just spend it immediately? I'm sorry, yeah, maybe somebody else is more confident with that answer, but I'm not. People in the raid were saying recrafting a piece of gear doesn't lose your enchants or sockets? No, of course not. That'd be ridiculous. That would be horrible. My God, could you imagine that? As soon as I enchant an item, I get an upgrade for that slot. Yeah, exactly. This is the only place I've spent Valor on. Very, like, I would consider this best in slot neck. Obviously, that Elemental Lariat thing is still out there. We'll get that someday. Best piece I can actually get from a dungeon, that is. And, you know, I'm not replacing that one way or the other. Not anytime soon. So that was worth spending the Valor on.
The elements answer to me.
Personally, I would just wait until you get a BIS trinket or some other high value slot and spend it there. Yeah, and that's obviously good advice. I think the thing that I struggle with that as well though, is like I got a very good trinket a long time ago, and it's like I could have upgraded that by now all the way. But it's like, yeah, but what happens if I get in the vault? You know what I mean? Or what happens if I get it from a 20 instead of a 10? It's just tough. Doom, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? I think the Melandris ring is considered BIS. I got that too, but yeah, I mean, not for me. Crit haste are not the two stats I want, and a little bit more auto attack damage is not going to help me survive, so. I spent mine on tier pieces. See, that's risky too, right? Because eventually you're going to be able to turn any gear into tier. It's just tough. I don't know. I just can't pull the trigger on Valor, man. I don't know why. Oh, it didn't get the other fucking mob. Dang, still not loot for my main on the will bosses. Oh, yeah. First mastery BIS stats. That's what I'm going for, at least, yeah. Maybe others disagree. I'm sure they do. I'll spend valor to keep from capping. That's not how it works. Doesn't work that way, but sure. They need to bring back justice points to upgrade to max item level. Then you could use valor, so then use valor above that. Yeah, I don't think they should, but I guess that would solve my issue. Something more farmable. Oh, we need that mob still. Forgot about this. I was that way for all the Shadowlands, but I'm trying to break the habit because I would end up sitting on Valor cap and not getting any value from it. Well, the thing is, you could get value, like, you know, until they actually uncap it, it's, you know, you're not wasting it. It's not going anywhere. I feel like you need 10% haste, and the rest will be verse and mastery. Oh, 10%, you get that from just gear. You get there, it's just from talents. That won't be a concern. Marked by lightning. Only issue with pulling this is sanguine. Yep. Well, he jumped out of it pretty quickly. Could have been worse. I feel like a lot of Blood DK builds I have seen aren't very good for stat priorities. I was focusing on haste, mastery, and crit as recommended. Yeah, I mean, you can't really focus on 3 stats, right? That's the problem. The gear doesn't, like, really come frequently enough for you to choose your secondary stats that directly. Is he spawning more ads or not? I was going to save Slappy Hands and Trinket Fur, but I guess that's not happening. Here they come. I'm not worried about stats on gear, as I'm not even doing 15s yet. Yeah, well, even at that level, 15s. Item level is still your best, most successful way forward from what I found. Strength, armor, and stamina are your best friends at the end of the day. Secondary stats are great, I'm sure, but all of those stats are ridiculously valuable for Blood DK. Okay, that's quickly falling apart. Pretty easy to solo this guy, though, I'm pretty sure. I remember doing it a few days ago. Maybe we should use some reses. Yeah, that second res probably not needed. Alright, I'm glad you didn't take that, actually. I spend Valor as soon as I get it to make raid/keys that much easier if I get an upgrade. Yeah, it's just like, if I did that, I probably would have ended up replacing the gear I have by now with it, so it's always tough for me. Especially because, like I said, this trinket I got only on a 10, so eventually I'm going to get it on a higher key, and that would just be free valor there. So I'll probably just wait. He melted the team. Yeah, that was weird, huh? All of a sudden, everybody died on Fortified Week. Good morning, Amanda. Welcome. Hey, what's up? Dropping like sick little gremlin piglets. Yes, 100% agreed. They'll be sad over getting something with bad stats, but think of the strength / agi intellect you're getting. I run into many people that ignore that primary stat even exists. Well, as other tank, like as DPS especially, it's probably a lot different. But for tanking, it's like people don't understand how important stamina is too. I think even as DPS, if you had 0 stamina on your gear, you wouldn't be able to do any content in the game. So whether or not an upgrade should be considered for stamina alone, obviously as DPS unlikely, but as a tank, you got a lot more things to consider when you got armor and stamina as well as strength on each piece. Morning, it's almost 5 p.m. It's 11:41 here, yeah. Sanguine gonna happen here, probably, yeah. Anyway, flying back home to Japan tomorrow. Oh man. Well, I'm sure that's great for you too, either way, right? Even for DPS, unless your class really needs one stat, there's only a few that need to hit a threshold. Primary stat will usually sim higher, does it? Yeah, that used to not be true for a long time, so I'm always hesitant to speak too forwardly with that conversation. I remember like in Legion, it was like primary stat didn't even like matter at all for some specs. I don't remember why that was. Why you didn't use Beer Trick? This is better. It's definitely better. For rings and trinkets, you might want to make some exceptions, but even for DPS, the primary stat boost is usually a win. Yeah, I bet. Remember to take 0.5 seconds to hit the thumbs up. You can do that if you guys want to. Up to you guys. That'll be up to you. Every individual can make that choice on their own. I did hauls last night and the beer tech didn't work. Oh, really? I've never done it myself as a tank. I don't even think I can do it. I'm not even sure if I can do it as a tank. But either way, that's just outdated, I feel like, at this point. It's better to pull all those things together. Cameron, what's up, buddy? What is the beer tech? Basically, there's these jugs of beer out there for an achievement. And whenever you throw them on the mob, it like accidentally activates them. So if you throw it on the mob, it will allow you to pull 2 mobs at once on the first set. But since we're pulling the big trash up into it, you wouldn't be able to survive that anyway. So I think it's faster than pulling those. Like, you're doing 2 pulls no matter what, right? So I think this is the better way. Won't they also fight each other? Maybe, I don't know. Beer tech, very easy. Throw a beer on the mobs before you activate them. Right, yeah. Well, it's definitely like better to fight this trash without just one thing happening at a time, obviously. That much we know for sure. Just depending on what order you want to take it. This is a pretty tight dungeon though, isn't it? 6 minutes. Yeah, we don't upgrade this, I think. 11 deaths? Where were the deaths from? I guess the boss really killed us, huh? Too much fucking RP in this dungeon, man. Hopefully I get a heroic Sky Splitter in my vault next week. What is Sky Splitter? A weapon? Sounds like a weapon. You get any more 20s done? No, this is the first key since yesterday.
As was their right. Your protest comes too late.
I am God King Spogold. Gotcha. It's funny because it wasn't tight at all last week. But when you got a minute of fucking RP on every boss, it really does add up. I just can't fucking see. The closer we get to noon, the harder it is to see. Mark, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. RP is bad in Mythic Plus. I've heard they account for it when making timers. So shields. But being locked out of your character while an NPC rambles, yeah, it's definitely not fun, I agree, but... I got my first 18 ready, not good offensive. If you're just going for completion, that shouldn't be bad this week. But if you're looking to upgrade it, yeah, Sanguine is a bit of a pain in the ass in there. Bit of a pain in the ass. Looks like it's going to be upgrade though. Just got to make sure Odin's under 3 minutes. Buddies played with DK Tank last night that didn't have Purgatory or Umbilicus. Turns out that's what Wowhide recommends. Yep. Of course it is. Anyway, has anyone been having performance issues since the patch? Well, you mean 10.0? Yeah, it dramatically required, like, improved the requirements or whatever you would say. God, this fucking RP. Come on, man. 255, 250 probably. 245, I guess. This last, there wasn't a patch, I don't think, was there? Not that I remember. Don't peel off the boss early. What are you doing? It's at 95 right now. Is less gonna be enough? I don't think so. Metro, do you have a rating build for your Blood DK? Nah, I just don't even change talents. I have a talent pool, but I just never remember to change. Marked by lightning. You did like nothing with that bloodlust. It's really bad. Should've just listed on the poll. What's up, Metro? What Mythic Plus rating are you right now? We'll see after this. I'm gonna get some score after this. One way or the other, whether it's an upgrade or not. Which, I guess, yeah, the next set of runes, it's gonna last long enough to probably get us the upgrade. Yeah, we got it. This fight's actually pretty short on Fortified. 2-minute fight, really. Cool. It was 2 minutes and 2 seconds, so that's really good. Alright, so we're 25-28 then, to answer your question. Oh, look, we got a gear! Crit Mastery, though, but we got gear! It's not the best piece, but... Yay! That was a big upgrade, actually. 10 item level upgrade. We'll take it. I remember Blood DK yesterday. I've been doing Blood and Unholy in Knock 9, and that had Blood Drinker, Rune Tap, no Purgatory, no Umbilicus, no Tombstone. Try to give him pointers, but he wasn't very receptive. Yeah, I mean, just let him learn. They're going to learn. They're not going to be able to do keys for long without all the talents. Yeah, I mean, the gear is just as exciting as anything. Halls 18 upgrade. And that was Holy Priest, Monk, Shaman, Druid. Hey, Outk Ripper, long time no see, man. How you been? How you been? What you been up to? Alright, cool. One in the books for today. Still sitting on some 20s. Good, mate. How are you? I'm alright. I'm alright. Doing alright. I'm alright now, but last week I was in rough shape. Anyway, let's see. Do you find Bloodworms more effective than the second point in Vamp Blood cooldown reduction? No. Not even close. Alright, so let's see what we got out there. 20s? Come on, man. Listen, fucking 20s. The fuck? Anyway, Azure Vault, I guess we do need that, technically. Even though we have basically 0 chance of upgrading it. Sign up to both of these. I'm not even sure this key is upgradable. I really don't know what you would have to do to upgrade this key. Which dungeon is the hardest this week to upgrade? Probably this one, to be honest. We had it the other day where we had like 6 deaths and no actual big mistakes, and we were over by like 5 minutes. You think they will make changes to the timer in vaults? I hope so, to be honest. I'm so happy using Valor right away to upgrade Mythic Plus gear in Dragonflight. In Shadowlands, I recall the requirements to have all at a minimum plus 10 upgrade. Ah, that's still there, yeah. You can only upgrade it once, and then I think it's... Is it... Maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower or something, I don't know. I'm not really sure, but... What you're probably not seeing is that you're starting with lower gear than you would have as a baseline from Shadowlands. I have tried to upgrade in vaults, but every time something always goes wrong. Yeah, it's really tight. It's... I mean, I would say it's probably no chance of upgrading it, but... This guy's doing like an ad or something. Do you have good NA? Are you good on NA ping? Yes, we use the best non-NA ping problem thingy in the game. Exit lag. Check it out now. Links in the description. You can upgrade to 390-ish, then you need 600 rating to go higher. Yeah, and for reference, I just did a 18 and got 402. So that's the thing you're missing on that conversation. In the past, you used to cap out at 15, and then you would upgrade 3 levels higher, and that was what was the bottleneck. But now, you've started lower, and you can get higher quicker before you even need to use Valor, so there's no reason for them to stop you from doing that. But you're kind of just wasting your Valor, unfortunately. That's the dilemma we were just describing. because you're basically using your valor to upgrade gear into gear that can just drop. Whereas I would only want to use valor into gear that cannot drop, that can only become better because of valor. And I don't really have any gear like that right now. What is the best way to go to guaranteeing a max quality elemental lariat from a crafting order? There's only the one way, right? You have to have a skilled crafter. That's the only way. I guess maybe you could also like buy Blizzard and then cheat. I'm pretty sure those are the only two options. You'd have to do a private order and set the quality. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, if you're... Wait. Oh, I see. You're, like, talking about, like... The word guaranteeing is tripping me up in this conversation. Don't think you can guarantee max quality? Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think you can. Hello, welcome back, buddy. How's it going? Network with people? There's tons of people who post in trade chat for Lariat, yeah. Curious why you don't try to push your key to 20. My key is a 15 right now because I had to help the guild. If it wasn't for me, then they would not have any keys. So unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. I wouldn't even bother with the guys. Like, honestly, just put the best materials you can get in, and then just you can recraft it down the road if it doesn't come out good. I don't think you could even get it lower than rank 3 if you put the highest quality materials in. That's at least how it is with blacksmithing. Like, there's not... If you give me rank 3 materials, I cannot possibly make it lower than rank 3. No matter what it is. I don't know if it's maybe different just because jewel crafting thing, that's like a pattern that people buy. You don't have to actually commit knowledge to doing it, but... What's going on here? I got all these items I made here. Of course, I can't actually look at it now because I don't have it. I don't want to make another one of these items. But in order to make these items, you have to have skill and knowledge in the thing, you know. So, can you check how much the Shaman Storm Eater trinket did overall? Oh, I also need to check my trinket. I'm glad you brought that up. Storm Eater's boon did 3.8 million. That's all it does, right? Anyway, and then in terms of our trinket, oh, mine did pretty good, 2.3 million. Not the highest damage trinket I've ever seen, obviously. And in terms of healing, yeah, there's just no good trinkets right now, it feels like. Never went over 10 in Shadowlands, but plus a 16 last night after watching tons of your videos the last several weekends. Well, that's awesome, Jay. Was it Shadow Moon Burying Grounds? I'm glad you got it, man. That trinket got mega nerfed since beta. Yeah, but it's still better than the other one way or the other. There's just no good trinkets, it seems. I think if you have a high skill crafter and pay them extra to use their illustrious insight, you can guarantee it, but you'll probably be paying through the nose because that stuff is hard to get. Oh, really? The scale from Granite is nice, 10% of my healing. Yeah, mine was not very good. This is definitely better. 10% of your healing. What are you playing? Mine was like 1% of my healing. You're probably not playing Blood DK. Got all Totem of the Master from Heroic Bag earlier. Oh, you're playing Warrior, that's why, yeah. That's a defensive trinket anyway, the raid one. It's like a bit of both. I quite like a trinket like this. It does some damage and some healing. What's the Lariat recipe selling for at the moment? Yeah, I'm not sure. Too much. We need the scale from the other side. Yeah, I missed that shit for sure. So we've only had one disband this week, right? It's pretty good. 126 runs so far, but we have had 27% disband rate. That's low, considering fucking Shadowlands, man. That's my BIS for Prop Pally, along with the stance trinket. Gotcha. Holy moly, I'm losing my faith in people interrupting in keys. Imagine having 4 interrupts in the whole of Knockout Offensive. Yeah, there's a lot to interrupt in there. I wonder how long it will take before they will consider adding Shadowlands dungeons into the Mythic Plus rotation. Well, they would have to do BFA first, right? Elemental Lariat is going for 3.2 million on my server. Damn. So if they haven't even done BFA yet, like if they do BFA next season, then it's like, all right, well maybe we might see a Shadowlands. But I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Dude, it's like no one either A, knows what to interrupt, or B, just don't want to. People just gotta start using Plater, man. It's just, you'll never miss an interrupt again with this add-on. It's crazy. Craft Lariat. I didn't spent many thousands of gold getting it crafted. Nice. Daiko Mania, what's up? I love your streams. Well, that's awesome, man. I love your comments. So we have that in common. I advertise my interrupt/stun capabilities in the note, and I get invited all the time. Oh gosh. Oh boy. All right. Anyway, this key is gonna be a slow one, I think. Do you think we will see TBC or Wrath dungeons in Mythic Plus? Hopefully not. Yeah, that would be horrible. That would be really, 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 really bad, considering how bad fucking the WoD dungeons were. Think about it, right? The mob dungeons, the only mob dungeon we've had so far required a complete redesign of the dungeon, right? So, no thanks. Let's just stick to content that actually works. If you think that's bad, I asked the tank to use his interrupt in Court of Stars when I was DPS with 8 interrupts to his 1. He tells me he was interrupting, so I printed logs in chat. Then he doubled down and insulted me as he left the key. It's unfortunate. I wouldn't worry about that kind of shit, man. Just, it's not really that serious at that level. TBC/Wrath dungeons they wouldn't even need massive overhauls. They would actually just need to be redesigned, because most of them don't even have like, you know what I mean? Like they're not even like in any way designed for like a speed run. At no point are they looked at as like any speed run content. They're too short. They don't have enough bosses or trash. Like it would be a mess. Hey Kai, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. What do you think is a good eye level for DPS to start doing 15s and 16s? No concern with item level. Just get in there as fast as you can. Just push until failure. Don't like ever limit yourself based on gear. That's just gonna slow you down. I think they might be interesting, but the amount of work that would go into making those viable would be more than just making a new one. That's exactly my point, yeah. I'm all set. If we have to like completely redesign dungeons to make them work, then let's just make new dungeons. Or just not. Just use the ones we have. They're fine. The big suppression channel literally deleted me because nobody was kicking it. It can also be dispelled by the healer, so you should probably just ask for that instead, honestly. Most people won't kick that because it can be dispelled by the healer. Like, I would never kick that personally. Right now, as a new player in Pugs, we wipe mostly because of not interrupting. Yep. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people are gonna have to learn how to figure that out. You know, like there's no, it's not optional. So they're gonna figure it out. You know, getting into fights with people about it isn't really gonna help them. If anything, it'd probably make them more hesitant to do it. If I ever needed to get somebody's attention on that, I would just say interrupt this spell, and if they don't do it, then they're shit, and that's it. You're not going to change that by arguing with them. If the new mega dungeon, a new revamped BRD would be hype. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think that would make any sense with this expansion whatsoever, but maybe.
The sundered flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
A lot of Mythic Plus is really going in head first. Yeah, gear just doesn't matter. It's not that kind of content. Did you say that the suppress can be dispelled? Yep, it's a magic debuff that goes on the player. So you just dispel it and the channel stops. So you want to kick the heal instead. Way more important, especially if you're pulling those mobs with extra trash.
Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here. A little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years. I will need you to...
When I'm tanking my pally, I kick everything I possibly can. As a tank to have one interrupt, it's just sad. Yeah, I mean, it is, but... Think about what would have to happen for that to occur in the first place, right? Like, that's not suddenly just gonna... He's not just gonna be like, oh, I forgot, I didn't interrupt. You know what I mean? It's like... Somebody like that isn't really gonna be able to be told, unfortunately. They're gonna have to see it themselves. I think most tanks have more than one interrupt tool. They may not explicitly be interrupting, but maybe using stuns and silences. Right, that's true too, yeah.
Beware.
It will always baffle me, yeah. I mean, that's life right now, you know? The whole world is like that, where relatively obvious stuff is overlooked by people, and it's just not worth going around trying to change their viewpoint. If it's important, it will eventually sort itself out. Learned that lesson myself, unfortunately, a while ago. Not much point in worrying about what other people do. Well, there definitely is in keys, obviously. If people aren't interrupting, then you can't potentially upgrade the key, but... Like, disbanding the group over it is certainly not the way to find success. I don't complain. Whoa, what's happened? I'm stunned. Anyway, I mean, it is a pug after all. Yeah, that's just the way I look at it. Like, there's always going to be some variable of shitty player in a pug. Just depends on how shitty. So you're going to take the good with the bad a lot. Very much a gamble, pugging, and I've won a lot of the gambles recently. Oh, that's terrible aiming. I still got 3 somehow. I love this boss. Most groups never wipe on this guy. Everyone knows what to do. Nice. That's good. Glad to hear that. Yeah, that was a bad idea to stand in that.
Beware. The elements answer to me.
As a tank, I try to do everything in my ability to enable the team. Yep. That's what I would recommend always. Good to hear you've had success in less disbands. Probably the higher skilled players are the ones only swinging that high. Right, that's certainly probably, especially early in an expansion, you're going to see that a lot. That's why, like I said, I mean, I didn't do anything special here. I just played a ton the first 2 weeks, and that was all I needed. I really didn't do anything special at all. So, you know, if you guys are struggling in that mid-range right now, that's just the way to solve it. Just next season, make sure you're on a ton that first week, especially the first 2 weeks mostly, especially. That's the biggest thing, because you want to get, basically you want to get every single key timed at like a moderate level as fast as possible, because there's going to be a lot of good players out there who are just focusing on the highest key they can get, and you'll actually have higher score than them simply because they haven't done all the keys yet. So you'll be getting invites over players who probably are better than you. That's certainly what's happened to me. I'm sure there's been lots of great tanks signing up to these keys, but because I've focused on getting every key done evenly, it's made me look like I'm more accomplished, just because people don't know how to understand what Raider IO's number means. I haven't even been pushing keys. I've been playing 3 alts. Gotcha. Do you ever play DPS? No, never. I was sick and couldn't play the first week and a half. Yeah, that sucks. That's exactly what happened for me. I have more rating because I've been doing it since week 1. Yep, I mean, that's just the reality of the system. It's sadly misused and pretty much just based on perception. Like, you could have a guy who's only ever done 1 key at a level, but he has it upgraded, and that's all people care about, you know? Meanwhile, you could have a guy who did 2 keys lower, but did the dungeon 30 times. That guy's obviously better than the previous player, right? But nobody cares about that. Like, if I did 126 dungeons and only this dungeon, I would be the best possible invite you could ever get for this dungeon, right? But because score doesn't work that way, nobody would ever see it that way. I think I missed what key you said is the roughest this week. I don't really... Nah, I'm not sure yet, to be honest, but... This one is very hard to upgrade, so if you're talking about upgrades, this is definitely it. I'm glad they kind of force you to do them all, though. Well, yeah, it's a kiss. It's like a kiss and a curse, or whatever you want to say. Like, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing for different reasons. I don't know if maybe I was just playing it correctly, but Blood DK feels kind of boring. Yeah, couldn't be less boring, honestly. Try to do higher content. Once you start getting in a range where you're like nearly getting one shot on trash, you won't find it boring anymore, that's for sure. That changes quickly. Really don't want to aggro all this, but fuck it. What's your favorite Mythic Plus dungeon? I try not to have a favorite just because you got to do them all, you know? DK is a reactive tank, so if you take no damage and you have nothing to react to, yes, like world content especially is super fucking boring as Blood DK. Like that's why I hate doing like world dailies and shit, because it's just so fucking boring. There's just nothing going on. To like take all my gear up. If there was a way to just like take like 100% more damage, but do 100% more damage, then maybe world content would be fun. But the only way to actually make world content fun is like to take all your gear off and then you do no fucking damage, so it just takes forever. I missed PvP week. I was able to get 4 alts to 70 while having fun. Gotcha. Missed PvP week. What does that mean? That's why I've been messing with Unholy. Oh yeah. Easy clap on a 19 with that pack. Yeah, that was a lot harder than I should have made it, but it was easy enough. These mobs hit kind of hard, but just got to be ready with the Death Strike and you're usually fine. People stun them and shit thinking they're dangerous, but they're playing with Blood DK now. You don't got to worry about it. We good, bro. Maybe these protection warriors are struggling with it. I don't know. How deep have you made in the raid? Nah, yeah, nowhere. Nowhere at all. That's the wrong one, is it? Yeah, I thought so. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, please show your builds. Okay, I show it very quickly. Take a screenshot, alright? 3, 2, 1. I'm closing it. You can see it on the left-hand side, yeah. That might be the key right there, guys, to be honest. It's that tight. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, like, oh yeah, these guys know where they're going, let's follow them. How's your tier pieces looking? You mean like I have 2 set if that's your question? Just 2 pieces currently. I'm not really in a rush for stat bonuses right now. You think it'll get the movement buff throughout the whole dungeon? If they get the movement buff throughout the whole dungeon, it will improve the timer issue. I mean, I guess, yeah, it would have to, but that would not be how I would expect them to solve it. Oh, there's a... I didn't even know there was a buff. I didn't even realize that. Dragonflight dungeons seem longer compared to Shadowlands. Do they? I mean, that's not something that... You can just compare the actual timers and then you'll know if they are or not. That's not really one of those opinion things. You'd probably get asked this a lot, but how does one overcome tanking anxiety? Well, I actually have a whole series on it. I don't know if you watched that. Or I helped one of my friends who had like absolutely the worst tanking anxiety ever. I have a lot of videos on the channel on this topic. I don't have a short answer for you right now, unfortunately. But if I did have to summarize the question that you asked, answered would be just get in there and get out. Like, you got to find a way to get reps. Like, you know, obviously people deal with anxiety in different ways. Like, but you got to get reps one way or the other. Like, you got to figure out a way to get in there and not feel like you're unable. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you wipe, you get a 2-minute speed buff. I have no idea. I've never done it. Could be right. I mean, I don't know. Dive in head first. Yeah, that's TLDR, I suppose. Get reps. It's unlike, like, you know, like social anxiety or something like that. Like, you're not really, there's no real reason to not do it, you know? Like, it's just in your head, is unfortunately the truth. And the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be, because now you're behind everybody else, you know? So if you were just able to get in there and get reps, it would help you get to where you want to be a lot quicker, whereas every day you delay, it's just making the situation worse.
Marked by lightning.
Harmonica sound? No, it's like a brass noise. I don't even know what it is. Reps will improve your mental, yeah. I mean, it will help you see what the reality is one way or the other, if it's actually as worrying as you thought it was. That's the real question mark. Is your anxiety based on actual performance-driven stuff that you've failed at in the past, or is it just something that you've kind of created and you're now swimming in? I find DPS more stressful than tanking, to be honest. You die easier and your performance is shown blatantly on the meter. It's actually funny you say that, because I actually could actually agree that might be a way to look at it, to be honest. Like, when you're DPS, everybody knows if you suck, right? As a tank, it's like a little bit harder to tell if you suck. Now, the tank role is obviously far more complicated than the DPS role, but it's easier to know if a DPS sucks, and that might be more apt to draw criticism from the group. The only way anybody would really be able to tell if you suck as a tank is if you're just, like, not moving or something, like you're just standing there and not pulling. Tank skill is just more nuanced? Right, exactly. There's a lot more variables in there.
Marked by lightning.
God, this hit fucking hard. Stop doing them. Where's that guy up over there? Okay. As a tank, if you mess up badly, it leads to a wipe. That is true, but if we're just talking about, like, anxiety, I don't think that would... Because that's going to happen no matter how good you are at the game, right? Like... Okay, this kind of turned into a weird little situation here. This guy's just stuck in Sanguine and he's full health. Well, you can say the same about DPS. My point was that if you are dying as a tank, that's not unexpected, so you shouldn't feel anxious about that. I played with plenty of DPS who butt pull and die in the first frontal from a boss. Yep. I was in a group last night with an undergear prot warrior on my DPS alt last night, and I'm not amazing at prot warrior, but it's my main, and can really tell when a guy isn't using mitigation properly against you. I can't get past 10s with pugs so far as a tank. Either DPS is too low or they don't do mechanics. Huh? That's surprising because those keys seem really easy right now. I might play some alts this weekend just to try to get a taste of it because it's... I've heard a lot of stories like that. Jordan Lee, what's up, buddy? Welcome. For myself, I personally do not like doing things in public. I have not mastered in some fashion. Yeah, that's actually similar to my issue. I don't know. The thing that I struggle with the most is like embarrassment in front of people that I'm not comfortable with. That is my #1 like problem with anxiety. And that's a big problem in golf. That's what really stops me from playing more golf, because it's really easy to hit a shitty, embarrassing shot in golf, and even though everybody does it and I shouldn't care about it, it's hard not to care about it. Low keys are pretty bad right now. Yeah, I think you might be right. I play with plenty of DPS. Okay with that. I can do up to 20k DPS more than the rest of the people in my group, yet struggle to get into higher keys. Yeah. That's natural and goes away as you get better. Of course, yeah. It's been yeah. It's been nice so far getting better at golf. It's been feeling like a very good progression curve. Maple, what's up? Saw your 20 yesterday. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm glad you saw it. I mean, I gotta res this guy, but is he even gonna be able to take it? Yeah, this is over. I really don't get this fight, man. This is such an easy fight.
So much
Fucking purgatory on that shit, man. Oh yeah, I see there's the buff, yeah. I was screaming at my screen. Kill it, kill it, kill it. It made me cringe when I started playing Ret for a key, and a prop pally I was playing with wasn't healing himself or anyone else, so yeah. Does the sand elemental appear after any wipe? No, it's only after the timer's over. People panic on that fight because there's so much to hit, but it's pretty predictable when things are where things are coming from. Yep. When you have to proc purgatory to a wipe, it feels so bad. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, I saw the movement buff. Yeah, didn't even know that was a thing. How did your pugs go last week with Tyrannical and Grievous? I have the spreadsheet. You can just check it out if you want. Probably no easier way to see it than that. Jordan, are you just saying like random words again? Is this like a thing that's gonna continue? Like, I don't really get this. Not really sure what's going on with this stream chat anymore, but we just constantly have people come in and saying like random words that aren't even logical. Please don't do that. I would appreciate that.
No, mine. It is all mine. Take care of them. Shred you. My treasures. Take care of them. Slash you.
It's like every fucking stream there's a new person who's doing it. I don't understand. Very rude, honestly, because I try to read every comment and you're just making me distracted and playing worse because it's nonsense.
Elements answer to me.
Is Academy possible this week on high keys? Yeah, I'm not even. It's tough. It's a very tough dungeon. We did a run before where we didn't even have a wipe and we still didn't upgrade it. I hope it's a bot, because if it's somebody doing that, I don't. It's very rude. Just checked on auction house. Yeah, there's a lot of disbands. Just wait, check auction house. All right, this dungeon's wearing on me. Last week actually went pretty well, I would say. This dungeon has relaxing music. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love it. Is it me or is not good offensive mobs really hitting hard? Yeah, they're definitely dangerous. Hey Miranda, welcome. How's it going? Long time no see. How you been? Leveling some alts at the Cobalt Elite Farm and Azure Span is really fast. Nice. The monk was first to die to the balls twice now. Yep. I've come to the conclusion that on this boss, everyone should stack up and kill the ads one by one. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Not as easy to do as it sounds, though, unfortunately, in a pug. Maybe if they just made the death run back to the second boss less aids, it would help this key. Nah, it's if you die, if you wipe, it's over. The timer's over. Nothing like that is going to help the key. The timer is far, far, far too tight to include a wipe and still upgrade it. Okay, Azure Vault 19. Disband. Monk, Hunter, Warrior. Health is odd, okay. Wow, and he left the key. Yeah, that dude's getting named 100%. My volume settings are so low, I actually forgot the game has music. Oh, definitely turn it on for this expansion, man. You're missing a fucking beauty, I'll tell you what. This is the best music they've ever had, and that's saying something. What would even be our best chance at success at this point? I don't even know. I mean, Algethar certainly doesn't seem like it would be it, but at least we have a chance. WoW has some of the best video game sound design there is. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't really play a lot of video games, but it seems like WoW is exceptional. It does seem that way. Need lust and tank. That's not possible. So you have to make a decision there. Alright, we'll do another vault. I love when me and Cop have a really good little back and forth on this. Whenever he says that, and I said nothing, why? He goes, that's standard greeting. I love that reply. Shadow Baragon is such a free key this week. Yeah, well, it's always a free key, but when I play other games, I notice sounds that WoW used too. Anytime I hear the old fell armor sound, I know. Oh, really? Fell armor? What is that? Oh, that's filled up already. Okay. Dying to avoid mechanics seemed to be a trend. Yep. The Warlock is so confused. Working as intended. These guys suck. What are these people? Oh my god, this guy's 1900. Forget it. Everybody sucks. This will be a short one. This guy's not even fucking 2K doing a 19 Azure Vault. Holy shit. This will be an interesting one. Watch him be a god. Problem is, even if everybody is a god, this dungeon is still extremely unlikely to be an upgrade, so... Probably more likely to get some hilarity out of it than anything at this point. Oh, Caliban, thanks a lot, man. Happy New Year to you too, buddy. Is Tank Runesmith still Stone Skin Gargoyle? No, everybody uses a Fawn Crusader now, including me. You don't have a lot of interrupts? No? We got plenty, we don't need interrupts. This dungeon's not really that big of an interrupt dungeon. Yep, Rogue and DK, that's all we need.
Sorry I missed a few paydays. Happy New Year, Metro.
Thanks a lot, man. Very generous. 20 bucks. Glad to have you, man. Hope everything's been good with your... all that stuff going on there. Not really a lot of deadly casts. Yeah, there isn't really. Just basic interrupting is all that we'll need in this dungeon. First 2 packs will be the hardest to interrupt. And you're never really going to have enough interrupts for those, so... So it's kind of just whatever at this point. We'll just go. Yep, new kid is healthy and hungry. Much easier first week than my first daughter. Well, that's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. Ruby life pools is torture when no one interrupts the trash before second boss. Yeah, I bet. Around what rating would be impressive for higher keys? I have no idea. Don't really look at rating that way. I have a lot of concerns with the validity of it, so I don't really ever think it's impressive. If somebody was like, you know, a top 0.1% of the player base, then that would probably be impressive no matter what their score is, but... Not dispelling the spinning mobs so they die is also a torture. Alright, let's get Hellstones. Hey Cody, what's up buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome.
5, 4, 3, 2.
What's funny about these mobs is they can spin in Sanguine and get half their HP back and then still instantly die. Yeah, once they initiate that, they're dead.
Be wary, champions.
Well, what's happening?
Does many things, but harmless is not one of them.
Hopefully we're alright here.
These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will wait to purge you.
Good evening from EU. What's up, buddy? Welcome.
The sundered
Last tier is definitely not what I would prefer, but
understand the dangers
see what happens with Sanguine, I guess, at the end of the day.
meddle with.
That could have went worse. That's an interesting lust. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. It's a pretty dangerous pull. I'm rooting for this squad. Yeah, there's not a guy, not an outstanding player in the group. Everybody's 200 or more score lower than I am. That's kind of scary. Someone had the spinning elemental trinket here. What do you mean? A lot of people have that, right?
My beloved
Seems like it's very good. It's what, from Diurna or whatever?
I planted them here. A little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the
Marked by lightning.
Beware.
Probably +2 to Shadow Moon Baragon. He actually has an 18 temple.
Beware.
Not a good start there.
Beware. Beware.
I can see why they lust. The boss doesn't really need it. Definitely disagree with that. This boss is a very long fight. I think you always lust on this boss.
Beware.
Lusting on trash is really not, like, I really don't like doing that. Especially that's like a pull that I've done multiple times without lust. Like, it's not even dangerous, you know what I mean? It's like not. If there was like a pull of like massive amounts of mobs and lust was needed for it, then yeah, I'd consider it. But that is basically just like we're just using lust on one thing instead of the other. That's the only thing that's happened there. Your heart with somebody, how's it going, man? Welcome. It's not a hard boss. It is just much longer than the track. Exactly, yeah. So cutting time off that boss is pretty crucial.
By lightning.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Lusting at the start definitely feels like fancy play syndrome. That's a good way to put it. Watched your raid last night. What in your mind was holding people back the most? Their UIs.
Beware.
The healing ability K blows my mind, really. Well, it's normal. It's nothing special. This is pretty common. It's not a hard boss, but people still struggle to do the mechanics, do they? It's actually probably the fight that I find goes the best, like, in here. Which I'm shocked by, to be honest. I thought this was going to be one of the harder fights.
Beware.
Marked by lightning.
How is that everyone uses the fire tinker from engineering? What does that mean?
Beware.
The rogue is just eating it? Like that. Sorry for the mistyping on phone, no worries. You won't be the first or the last to do this.
Beware.
Assassination rogue as well, yeah, I didn't even notice. I don't know, man, that raid had me frustrated because there was so much discussion about baiting puddles when the reality was people dying to predictable damage. Yeah, that's why I don't stream the raid, because people get frustrated when they're not even in the raid.
Beware.
Marked by lightning.
Okay, I don't know. This guy's got like a... He's got something that is killing him on purpose? I don't understand.
Beware.
I've seen it since yesterday that people use some sort of fire gun. Gotcha.
Beware.
What would you like to see the next tier set focus on? I have no idea. I haven't even thought of that yet. Don't even have the current one. Your blood DK is more self-healing. I don't really have enough right now, it feels like. If you put a work order in for the engineering belt, you can buy the flamethrower tinker off the auction house. Yeah, it should. See if he lusted this fight. Well, obviously, if the guy didn't die twice, that would have helped too, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of ways to get by it. Yeah, definitely lust on this fight always.
Come this way.
This fight is just easier than old Underrot. I like that the tier sets don't seem that impactful this season. Yeah, I think they made the right choice with that. Everyone gets to clear it, not just 2 people. What is your favorite DPS? Do you like to be in your runs? I don't really think of it that way. Since I'm pugging, you know, I don't really have control over it. But if I had to choose, I would say like something like Demon Hunter. They bring a lot of stops and general utility that's helpful for the group. Right now, like mini keys need like a lot of interrupting and stuff. So the tank is going to get a lot of it, but obviously having DPS that can help with that is really crucial. Is that a Sin Rogue? Yeah. Pretty sure we played this guy too. It sounds familiar, but it is obviously just a silly little phrase.
Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless,
Oh, perfect.
I incorporated a
Don't really have a lot of CDs up, but
Marked by lightning.
Beware.
what about healers? What do you prefer? That is an easier question to answer. For me, the healer that brings the most outside of healing, and that right now seems to be Evoker. Typically, I would say Holy Pally, though, so they're always on the periphery.
Beware.
But their damage seems to be much worse, Holy Pallies, than it has been historically. So Druid seems super good. Yeah, right now they're not for me at all. They're the opposite.
Beware.
They still have the same old struggles with mana and doing like good healing on me. And they don't have an interrupt, and their damage isn't really even that impressive. Invoker's damage is fucking insane, and they have all the utility that we need right now for keys, including Bloodlust, which is very valuable. Not a lot of people playing Lust specs outside of Hunter right now, it feels like.
Marked by lightning.
Seen your 20 time video this morning. Yeah, thanks. That was hopefully one of many to come this week, but it doesn't look like it because we can't seem to find any 20s. More valuable because you already offer battle res. Yep. I prefer not a Resto Shaman. All the keys I did, there was just one Resto that actually healed good. And that's the other problem with the spec, is it's catching a lot of flavor of the month 3 rollers. A Resto Druid can get interrupt. Well, nobody does, so. A cow can go to the moon, but until one actually does and does it well, I don't really think it's an option. Less specs were weak this time around. If Marksman didn't get the buffs, Provoker would have been the only nice option, yeah.
Beware. Beware.
Trash is particularly annoying with Sanguine. Not sure why people are running in front of the mobs. Yeah, I mean, they're good, I'm sure. You just don't see them, is my point. All those specs are fine. I don't have any issues with any of the specs. It's just they're not being played a lot. Shaman, I guess, is probably more frequent than I'm giving it credit for, but Mage, I feel like we see almost none of. Oh shit. Forgot about those things on the ground. Beware. 54 hunters, 34 shamans, so that's the difference there. 22 mages, and that's it. No evokers like at all, right? 10 evokers only, yeah. Enhancement is just rare in general. Yeah, I get you. Complicated spec, I suppose. Mages always pick the OP spec, even if it's only OP in high coordinated teams. DPS evoker seems really unpopular. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Kind of strange. I'm glad though, because man, if every key had one, it would be a nightmare to tank. They're such fucking threat hogs, dude. Even like the people I play with in the guilds who are not even anywhere near as geared as me, they still constantly pull threat on the pole. If it was top tier, it wouldn't be unpopular. Evoker, yeah, no doubt. Elemental is popping off too. Yeah, I think Elemental is just as good as Enhance for keys. I would rather Ellie actually. Since they both have like the same utility right now and slightly more with the Ellie. Really liking Ellie right now, taking them over Hunter. Yeah, there's just not a lot of them is the problem, but I totally would do the same. Process good Mythic plus DPS, they just don't do great single target, yeah. Still move my Ellie, but there is a reason I quit my Ellie in BFA. GCD changes did kill the spec for me, gotcha. Short kick plus lust can actually survive mechanics, so can they? Well, usually Shaman's not very good at that, so I don't know. What is the trumpet effect? It's for this ability, so I can still read chat without having to constantly worry about getting knocked off.
Beware.
3 paladins? Yeah, I'm surprised we've seen that many actually. Quite a few keys before we even saw one. Ellie's kind of squishy, but Marksman is the squishiest. Yeah, I guess that's the difference. Apparently a lot of Enhancement Shamans use their rotation add-on Hakili to assist gameplay. What makes you say that? It was built for Enhance, and most of them I've talked to started on it or actively use it. Oh, that's cool. Is that why Sai's doing so well? He's using an add-on? If I like Shadow Meld and use this. I feel like most players in general, maybe we're still talking about this, besides just playing OP enhanced, Algethar seems to be focused on that. What's that mean? Frost was better for Mythic Plus in Season 2 of Dragonflight. Oh, we're still talking about this mage now. There are no mages, guys. I'm sorry, I'm not sure why we're even talking about this, but nobody's playing it, so it doesn't really matter what spec they're playing. Really surprising. Usually mage is one of the most popular specs, but seems like range in general is really on the downturn. Your Demon Hunter brings up enhanced being OP every raid. Yeah, that dude's. Anyway, it's really cool that there are 2 different enhanced specs that are both viable. Is it? It's cool that there's probably, I would say that it's probably cool that there's like 2 distinct playstyles, not just 2 different builds, because obviously there's more than 2 different builds. Yeah, I mean, we just looked at it, very few mages. That's how Fury is. Raging Blow versus Annihilator. I love having that choice. It's awesome. Yeah, the talents are just such a great, man. They're just so great. Such a great decision on that part. Given that Devoker has a lackluster start to the expansion, I expect to do some big tuning buffs for them to come in 10.1. I mean, they're not really that bad, to be honest. Andrew, what's up, buddy? Enjoyed watching your 20 clear yesterday. That's awesome, man. First of hopefully many, but it doesn't look like it. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Keys are a lot harder this week than I thought they were going to be. I thought like every key would be like 20, maybe 21, 22. Outlaw Rogue has 2 as well. I think having more than 1 viable build is a sign of well-designed tree. Actually, I'm going to say this, and this probably sounds controversial, but I think it's more of a well-designed community. Because a lot of people probably look at the talents I'm running and think this is some separate build than it is, you know? And I'm doing pretty solid with what I have, right? So it's not even that the game is at fault there, it's mostly just the community. The community has to embrace the idea that there's more than 1 build that you can play and succeed at. Whoever is in charge of that for enhancement is obviously doing that, because otherwise they would just, whichever one does 1 more DPS than the sim, they would say that's the only viable option. That's typically how these conversations go, so it's good that it's not going that way. Devastation is definitely not bad. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid actually. I have seen really good numbers from it. I don't know how that guy didn't die there. Just because he's a warlock. I'm sure within a few weeks when more people have tier and high level, we'll be smashing 20s at will. It certainly will get better over time. I'm not for sure of that. I just thought this week was going to be way better, but it's just like the affixes just don't really matter that much. You move and use your abilities really well. Are a lot of your binds on the mouse? Yeah. Yeah, the Razor Naga is another piece of tech that I couldn't really live without, or a mouse similar to it at least. Couldn't imagine playing the game without it. Hey, to do what's up, buddy? Welcome. I think Enhancement Shamans are a tight-knit cult community who really care about the spec. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's a big reason why they look like they are right now. My whole guild makes fun of me because I use a Logitech trackball mouse. Gotcha. And once I got into the Razor Naga, it's like changed my whole life in game. Isn't it hard to keep track of 12 buttons? No. It's like saying, like, isn't it hard to drive a vehicle? Like, I mean, yeah, I guess it is, but once you get used to it, it's like a trivial matter, you know?
The elements answer to me! Take care of them!
Okay. That's right. It's easier if every spec has similar binds. Yeah, that's something I also try to do.
I should have thought of her before.
I couldn't play without an MMO mouse. Yeah, I wouldn't even consider it. Like, if my mouse ever didn't work, I would have to just take time off until I got a new one.
The sunlit flame must be this way.
That just meant all the small space. Maybe you misclick at times. Nope. It's just like a tactile response. You'd be surprised at how good your brain is at dealing with something like that.
I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Pattern recognition is what our brains do best. At least mine does.
Consequences would be dire. Please.
So you start to notice little small tactile differences about the buttons and their placement and where your finger is and where the muscles are in your finger at the time of pressing them. And then it becomes second nature, just like riding a bike. That age-old phrase is very true for a lot of reasons. I'm in love with the G502 mouse. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess they're making a new Naga now, so I need to think about the future here because I bought the, you know, the Trinity or whatever it was a couple years ago, and since then the keypad thing has broken on me twice. Now last year, like a full year ago to a couple of months, it's like probably like 13 months ago, they started selling replacement pieces for the side thing, and I bought a few, but I only have one left now. And it's like to the point where I'm like, they're not selling them anymore, so I don't really know. I really wish there was a mouse that was more open to sell that kind of stuff, but you shouldn't really need it at the end of the day. I had a Razer mouse, but I always started to mess around when I was playing. Like it moved itself. What the hell? There might just be something wrong with your mouse pad or something. I don't think I've ever had I can't imagine how that would even happen. Usually the Razer Nagas are famous for their poor quality buttons, or their buttons' inability to stand up to high demand. I never really had as many issues as some people have. I remember Sai used to fucking have terrible issues with that first one. But it does break after like a year and a half or something. You're basically just renting it. You won't keep it for long. I always wanted to try that Orb Weaver. Oh, what is that? But I'm not the only person having issues with Razer mouse. Yeah, they break all the time. You're definitely not the only one. So despite all odds, I think we... probably not really, but... It's closer than I thought it was going to be. Let's put it that way. Nothing wrong with sin, it seems. Assassination. I used to think they were expensive. This always gets brought up. I used to think Razer Nagas were expensive. Then I started golfing. Razer Nagas like nearly as much money as you would spend on one day of golf, so it's whatever. Completely changed my whole opinion of money. It's really funny. I go through 2 Razer Death Adders per year. Oh wow. I'm surprised you haven't, because like I'm not gonna continue with that. So the next mouse I buy is gonna be I'm gonna have a different opinion of it when I buy it. Let's put it that way. WoW is very cheap hobby, yep. I never really had any hobbies outside of video gaming until recently, so I never realized how much money I was actually conserving by playing WoW. They should change this dungeon. The clock is way too tight. Well, I do agree, yep. Hard to disagree with that, really. I was using a stock mouse that came with the PC until Christmas. Yeah, well, wait until you get... If you're trying to play WoW seriously, especially as a tank, once you get used to a gaming, like MMO mouse, it's going to completely change your game. Had the Naga and loved it. I used to press the buttons down at weird angles to actually make it work. Until I had to do that. Yeah, I get you. That stuff. I would use any other MMO mouse if it was wireless. Oh, you like a wireless mouse? I definitely do not want a wireless mouse myself. Made the mistake of buying the wireless one, and that was not good. It constantly, I'd have to charge it in the middle of gaming sessions. So it was basically like a wired mouse at the end of the day. I really like the Corsair Scimitar. Okay. Logitech, bunch of numbers is nice. Only 6 side buttons. Well, yeah, I definitely need more than 6 myself. I use 9 very, very frequently. The other 3 I don't use as often, but 4, 5, and 6 are most. 7, 8, and 9 are very core, and then yeah, like the 10, 1, and the 2 button are really commonly used as well. No, any chance we had went out the window with those deaths, so that's that. Been playing WoW for 18 years. When I'm playing it a lot, I spend a lot less money on other hobbies than I do when I'm playing it a little. WoW has saved me a lot of money. It's funny, right? I actually feel the exact same way. Minus, I've never really had any other hobbies that have ever occupied a lot of money. Wireless is not a strong selling point for me. Yeah, it's like the opposite. It's a not buying point, whatever you would call that. Speaking of gaming as a hobby, do you play any other games? Nah, not really, honestly. Not really. I don't know when I would. Especially since Dragonflight, I haven't even... I tried playing Classic for like an hour the other day, and I was just like, I'm just not interested in anything else but Dragonflight right now.
Did she send you? Enough. Ice cold.
I've had everything from the Naga to the Scimitar. I had a lot of software issues with the Naga and the Scimitar. I'm sure a lot of that has been fixed now. Gotcha. I've never... what do you mean with like the Razer Synapse or whatever? Never had any software issues myself, but there's been some weird peculiarities, things. Some peculiar parts of it. The new Razer mice with the optional optical switches have been very reliable for me. I wore down the grip on my Viper before anything else. Optical switches, what does that mean? You have to use your eyes to press the buttons? Dragonflight made old WoW feel bad to play because it feels like an updated old WoW without all the gimmicky systems. Yes, exactly. That's what killed like it's actually like killed Classic for me. It's kind of crazy. And now I keep thinking of like, man, I really wish Classic just had all the shit Dragonflight has. I can't remember what it was. It was something that... Oh, it was the interact key. That's what it was. I was like, the interact key is like not negotiable now. I can't play the game without it. I went to loot something off the ground in Classic, and I pressed the interact key, and I realized it wasn't that anymore, and I was like, alright, I'm done. Thanks anyway. I had to solo Court of Stars last boss on 18 today. It took me 6.5 minutes. What the fuck? That's a long time. You probably should just wiped.
Marked by lightning.
He uses a laser for actuation. It really helps with the notorious double-clicking issues. Oh yeah, I never actually had the double-clicking thing. That's like never been one of the concerns I've had. What do you bind interact key? The 12 button on my Naga is the interact key now. Do you use a mouse over macro for your battle res? No. I use Voodoo to battle res. The healer was shouting that he couldn't do it, so I decided to just solo instead of go again. Yeah, that's actually, okay, good choice you made, honestly. If the group doesn't look like it physically can do the fight, then yeah, might as well just get it done. Take it into your own hands. I do that all the time as well. 6 minutes though, that's a long fight.
Secrets will be mine.
No, he messed for no reason. Fuck. Thought he was gonna do it again. What happens if you get knocked up above that? There's been times, I remember on Devos, that happened on Devos all the time. You can get knocked above the shield and then you would die to the mechanic because you weren't actually in the shield. From Volcanic, that is.
Her secrets will be mine.
4 stars last boss top down view really helped me see all the stuff on the ground. That's a good way to do it, yeah. For sure. Any solution that works is a good one.
Oh. Oh no.
Hey, Besotted, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Loving how few just bans you've had recently? Well, we just had one, but yeah. Other than that, it's only been 2 this week. If you get knocked up with the sticky puddle on the 3rd boss on Burial Grounds, you get sucked in. Oh, okay, yeah, that's funny. So it's such a nightmare as a healer? Yeah, I bet. Seems like it would be a pain in the ass, especially with everybody spread out. The pull into the wall strat does actually work. I tried it, doesn't seem to do anything. Still spawns these things all over the room. It just takes too long to get him into the wall as well as the issue. Are we gonna kill any of these or not really feeling like it? So that one didn't even get touched. That one over there is full. So that's just a wipe. Is it important to have 10 stacks? Is it important to have 10 stacks as a tank? 10 stacks of what? New PC just got delivered. Ordered it on Cyber Monday. Oh shit, that's cool, man. Grants. Wait, that was a while ago, wasn't it? Took you a month. Well, either way, grats, man. Hopefully it'll be a nice one for you.
Well met.
What am I supposed to even click? This one? I guess not. The wall strat appears to make them a little closer together. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it. It's not a problem. It just doesn't seem to do anything when I try it. Was I supposed to take the middle one? I don't understand. Why I never see you pug with a heal paladin? I know you play one yourself, but why not with your DK? Because I don't choose the groups and nobody's playing them. It's the 3rd one. Goes from top to bottom. I don't think so, because the top one took me to the middle of the dungeon. Might be something wrong with immersion, because I used to think it was in that order too, and it doesn't seem to work. They aren't cars. Why would they need mechanics? Go on. I didn't even know you played Holy Pally. Yeah, I played a lot of Holy Pally. It was my main for a long time. I think it's the immersion because my buds are taking the piss that I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, I think it is actually. How is Holy Pally and Mythic Plus? I think they're quite good. I think they're pretty underrated. I've always liked them in 5-mans. I think they always have a good kit for 5-mans.
Marked by lightning.
See, they still spawn all over the place. My Holy Pally feels good in Mythic Plus, just their damage is nothing. Yeah, that's kind of the big issue. They lost a lot of their DPS, it seems. So Evoker's kind of just like a better Holy Pally right now. Do you enjoy raiding? Not as much as I used to. Holy Pally brings so many little things. It's great. The only really downside is they like to play melee and it can get crowded, especially with 2 melee DPS being so common. Gotcha. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Holy Pally is hard to play, but a lot of fun. I do agree, yeah. Well, I'm not sure I would say it's hard to play, but... So, Crystal Chambers, that sounds like it, right? Yeah, there we go. I really like having Holy Pallies with me. Yeah, I do too. Crash Rogue. People like that are fucking hilarious, man. Done this the exact same way every single fucking pull and nobody's ever failed to kill the ads before, and now all of a sudden it's because I'm not tanking him right. Yeah, that's definitely the concern. That's definitely the concern we have today. I'll just do all of your jobs for you. No worries, guys. You don't need to heal or DPS. I'll do it all. I can leave. Nice threat. Yeah, sounds good, man. I'll be waiting for you. See you on the spreadsheet. Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Social interactions are going as expected, yep. Wow, look at that. Suddenly all the ads died this time. Oh, I must have been because I tanked it better. Yeah, that's good. Rogue Shadow Step to it and it dies 2 seconds later, and it's your fault, yeah. Glad you stepped up? Well, yeah, that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna let them do that, that's for sure. Okay, sounds good. I wonder if when that goes off we could AMS it. I bet we could. It's probably the case. Let's see how far we can get in this fight alone. This fight is going to be really hard to solo though because there's so many fucking orb things following you around. Any fucking mechanics chasing ya. Hey, he admits he didn't attack it. That's pretty funny. I love the serene music. Yeah, it's awesome. I love this engine. The music is really calming. Maybe whisper this guy and tell him I'm 200 score higher than he is. He is mad as fuck now. It's really funny, right? Like, I wasn't even talking to him. The fucking Warlock is doing 0 DPS to these ads. That's how, like, high-strung these people are, man. They can't admit that they're not the best player in the game. It's really strange. How often? Wait, does he not even do the crystals again? Oh, shit. Are we, like, good here now? It's only based on HP, I think. Is that right? It's probably going to do it again at 30 or something. Let's say we can actually AMS it, and then we can just literally solo the rest of the boss. And they can sit here for the rest of the day and watch how good I am at this game. I don't know if it's at 30 though, we'll see. About to find out, or maybe it's like 20 or something. It's 25, okay. At them? No. This fight is just fucking annoying. Do Mythic plus bosses enraged? No. The thing enrages, that would be insane on Tyrannical. How would you even do that? There'd have to be like a different enrage timer every single week, pretty much. Make a video on this boss fight? Nah, don't give a shit at this point. Shouldn't even be bothering with this key. It's no upgrade chance in this key. Literal trash tank? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing it. Make him sit there and think about his mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, I almost died there. Just want to see if we can actually solo this fight. I don't even know if it's possible. If the ads can be AMS, then we can solo them, because I think they all explode at the exact same time, but I'm not sure about that. It's just so annoying. Being the only person who's getting targeted by those things. Alright, we got 20 seconds and then we'll know. Yeah, it looks like they're... Oh, they're actually not the exact same time, but they're similar. Probably based on when they actually spawn. Oh, I'm just dead to the... God damn. Dead to the fucking thing.
You are a fat.
It's unfortunate. Anyway, Rogue typing up a nice flame instead of releasing. Yeah, man, this dude's like so fucking tilted. It's embarrassing. Making a fool out of himself. Arguing with people online, tale old as time. Yeah. I'm getting content out of it. He's wasting his time. I wonder how this guy would react knowing there's hundreds of people watching him embarrass himself. He'd probably still think he's right. It's the weirdest thing too, because like I wasn't even talking to him, dude. He's not even the one that I would be concerned with in this group. The Warlock is doing like 0 damage to the ads. I've never been in a group before that reliably was unable to kill these ads. Like, not once. Yeah, bringing up rating, right? It's like, oh boy. Dude's getting desperate. God, this fucking fight is so annoying at times though. I just put him on ignore. Oh, I'd rather not. It's more funny to not have it on ignore. This is the type of player that sees they're topping the meters and thinks they're the most important thing. Yes, he even literally said it, right? He actually admitted he wasn't attacking the ads and then bragged about being top on the charts. It's like, wow. You are like the exact example of what's wrong with this game. It's kind of wild. I don't think they do that, but I think it happens inside of the window. I was enthralled with the last pull. I forgot I was playing Gan. Now I'm flying back to my corpse. Oh yeah. Sorry to hear that. This fight is just a pain in the ass, though, I'll tell you. Please stop chasing me. Leave me alone. Luckily, I don't get slowed. That's the only way this fight is even doable.
Marked by lightning.
Beware.
Yeah, still no disband. I would definitely prefer it did, so I can put them on the spreadsheet, honestly, but fuck it. Get the key done, that's more priority for me. So you're telling me there's a chance of finishing it? Yeah, easy. People actually attack the fucking ads this time. We didn't fail to kill the ads. Can't wait for the hit and run once you kill the boss. Yeah, okay, let's see the next comment. Oh, he just leaves, okay, so see you again in a couple weeks when we're even further apart.
Magic was dangerous.
This pull looks so easy. Yes, it's actually a really easy fight.
By the time we found him, we could
Oh yeah,
not
what's
stop
the
him.
I want to change the
I
key. Where
placed
is
him
it?
in stasis until I could find a proper
Oh well,
key,
no, you have to actually upgrade the key.
and then I was gone. Champion
Oh yeah, those guys were like all friends or something like that, right?
and ended his
I
suffering.
forgot about that. They all came together.
Thank you. I am but a simulacrum.
It's actually funny. I want to look at this.
I was a mother as well.
What are the names of the mobs?
Leave me
Look at
to
just the last fight. Detonating crystal. Yeah. Well, actually, that guy did less damage than the warlock on that pull, so that dude's an idiot. But anyway, yeah. Can we see the other pulls? No, it's only you can only see. Anyway, yeah. So that guy actually was terrible, even at that too. Giving him more credit than he deserved. Anyway, nice job tanking better that time. Yeah, that was all it took. Do you play at 1080 or 1440? 1080, yeah. He doesn't want to talk about the deaths at the right. Oh, that's what I should have brought up. It's like, dude, you died twice to the easiest boss in the dungeon. Like, that's it. Conversation's over. You can't really talk shit at the end of the dungeon now. All right, Azure Vaults, 19 completion. Resto Druid. Evening, my hero. What's up, buddy? Welcome. I just timed my first 12 core stars on my Preservation Evoker. How goes your keys? Today's been a mixed bag, unfortunately, but I definitely thought this week was going to be easier, and sadly, it's just another week. It feels like. I was talking about the crystal explosions lining up with AMS. Oh, really? Wait. Oh, wait. What were you saying? I don't think they do, but I think it happens inside. Yeah, you're talking about the crystal. I see. Yeah, I don't know if it would work though. If it would stop it. Because if it's not possible to AMS that, then the fight cannot be soloed. I've never tried. Should we just go right back into it? I really... Oh, there we go. Well, 20. Not a lot of 20s being listed. Really don't want to do Ruby life pulls, honestly. I'd rather do Azure Vault, even though it's going to be much less likely to be an upgrade than Ruby Life Pulls. But Ruby Life Pulls would actually probably give some score if we got anywhere close. Fuck it. Sign up. The start of Ruby Life Pulls on 20 is just not even remotely interesting to me, but... Yeah, the three, the healer and 2 of the DPS that weren't the Warlock were together. This week feels super easy to clear, but there are a ton of mobs in these dungeons that don't want to get out of the puddles and actually make timing a struggle. Yes, it is definitely a struggle. I agree. Time my first 15 in the dungeon. That is hard to fail, so not sure how much of an achievement it is, really. You're talking about Shaman Barrow Ground? Well, I did my first 20 of the weekend time in there as well, and yeah, I kind of agree. It's not really that big of an achievement, and certainly isn't being matched by the rest of our keys since then, but it still counts for the vaults. Do you have the highest IO score for DK? No, not even close. Not even in the top 100. This is not very, like, I think... I'm not really sure how this has happened, to be honest, but I've heard this a lot, where people think, like, I'm doing some, like, cutting-edge key every time I sign up to a key. This is very average. Like, doing 19s and 20s right now is pretty normal. It's not that abnormal at all. And if the season ended... Actually, let's take a look at that. They should have that, right, on Raider.io. I'm saying if the season ended right now, I still would not even have the title. I'm pretty sure. Season rating cutoffs. Yeah, I don't even have the title right now. So you're number 1 on the realm, but the realm's tiny. There's like no blood DKs on the realm who actually play. See, I don't even have the title. Most people are doing between 10 and 13, I would hazard to guess. Well, but either way, the facts are here, right? Like, regardless of what everybody else is doing, this is where we're at. Like, it's not even, we wouldn't even have the title right now. I mean, if you look at it that, like, you're talking about, like, millions of people who don't even try to push, then yeah, obviously it looks impressive, but it's not really that impressive. Time 15 knockout offensive last night. Did 16 AV, and the other key we have is 15 Ruby Life Pulls. Well, those, honestly, 15 Ruby Life Pulls, that's probably your best option. That key is actually not that bad at all this week. Is that what we're doing in this? Yeah. It's actually not that bad this week. It's just the start just fucking sucks. It's just so unfortunate. I'd say you're in the top few percentage of blood DKs. We should take a look at that too. Yeah, so 104th in the world. Doesn't seem very good to me. There's like a 5-minute delay between the chat and the feed. That's probably on your end then, unfortunately, because it's definitely not the way it's set up on YouTube. I think you downplay your achievements. I'm just being realistic. I'm just being realistic. Maybe I do downplay them, but it's also realistic to say that if I don't even have the title, then it's not really anything impressive, right? It's hard watching how hard that tree boss was yesterday. Oh, and Algethar, yeah, that was tough. 104 in the world is average. It's not good. There's 104 people ahead of me, dude. That's a lot. Number 1 downplay is what is this fucking guy again? Dude, please stop. Please. I don't like, what is this? Please stop this. Right, exactly. Yeah, Faxy's right about that. It's probably like 1,000 tanks ahead of me, one way or the other. Is there actually like a way to see the tank only score? Is that like a thing? Or is it only based on classes? Spec rank? No, it's just for blood DK. I'm a top 50 brewmaster on my server with a 67 IO. How do you recraft if you can't make it public and aren't really part of an active guild? Why can't you make it public? Go to the tank IO page. But I want to see me specifically. Am I going to have to like go for hours looking at it? To be fair, a lot of click overall. What is that? Oh, overall ranks. 537, yeah. Okay, so that's better than I thought it was going to be honest. Definitely thought there'd be at least 1,000 ahead. You definitely downplay it. You are giga ahead of the curve. People, Keystone Master already is ahead of the curve. We just look at the lenses of Grawl and people with dedicated groups. Well, in terms of pugging, I am definitely doing what I would consider something very impressive. But in terms of like the entire game's progression, it's just the facts. It's not being downplayed. It's just the facts. Ahead of the curve is simply only happened because I played a lot. So anybody could have did this if they had the amount of hours I have.
There are more whelps at the shrine that could use your guidance.
Well, 537 in the world as a tank, that is actually pretty... I'm surprised by that. I didn't realize that... I thought there'd be way more people playing other tanks, but I guess Blood DK is pretty popular then, if that's the case. If there's only 100 more Blood DKs ahead of me, and there's only 400 more other tanks, then that's pretty cool, actually. I was watching another WoW streamer, and he used a spark on the wrong item and was devastated. Yeah, that's unfortunate. J-Dob crafted an Agi weapon? That's a mistake. What the fuck, dude? What you're doing is incredible. Alright, man, I appreciate you saying that. I don't really think it's anything special, but I'm glad that you think that. What is up with this lust on trash nonsense? Yeah, fortified overthinkers, it's always the case. Week after week, you get it. I mean, I'm looking at this as there's no chance of upgrading this, so maybe I'm wrong, but... Pug for life should be the stream motto. Yeah, I wanted to like advertise it more, but I don't want to like trick people into thinking that it is. Like, I would do keys, you know. It's not like I wouldn't. But Metro, I was watching you on Cop stream, and you do a great job raid leading. I appreciate you saying that. I've been doing raid leading for a long time. It's really it's become a passion of mine. I just like helping people, and it's kind of fun, man. Calling things out and seeing people react to those calls. It's like good brain chemistry, I feel like. According to Warcraft logs, you're top 0.2% on Warcraft logs in keys. I didn't even know they had that on there. I'm trying to catch up for stream keys. I missed 2 weeks. People keep bricking my 17s. Well, we can get together, man. No worries. I think it's a special skill to be able to tank at a high level and simultaneously coordinate the raid. Well, that's the thing. The raid is much, much easier to tank. Like, if it was Mythic Plus and I had to do all these callouts that I do in raid, I would be horrible at it. It'd be so much harder. Mythic raid is hard, but we don't do that, you know? So it's like, it's just normal and heroic. That shit's easy as fuck to tank. I could literally one tank half the fucking fights we do. Hey, Kuba, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm doing alright, buddy. How's it going? I think tank is the easiest position to raid lead from. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I never understood why. I think it was like Max, like other people said like it's the worst to tank to raid lead from. I never understood that. Was there a reason that they thought that? Because I don't understand that at all. Do you feel like blood draw is worth it? It doesn't seem very good, no. I thought it was going to be better than it is. I think it's easiest because you're like, don't even have to do your role for half the time the fight exists, right? Like, most tank fights have like 50% uptime only. Oh, we have a Dix Priest, I just realized. Metro engaging with people in the live stream chat. So if you're going to compliment me on that, because that is definitely, I think that's something that a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. I can't imagine people doing 20s on a Blood DK, which is so, you know, potentially volatile at any given moment. You can die and still being able to read chat and interact. That's something that's taken a lot of practice and a lot of effort on my part. I am historically a very, very bad, like, mental multitasker, or whatever you would say, so that is the thing I'm most proud of with my years of streaming. Being able to actually carry on a conversation while doing difficult things is something I used to never be able to do. Like, not even, wouldn't even remotely be able to do it. I still struggle with it pretty bad at times. That was a hard pack though. Tiergo, welcome. How are the keys this week? Not as good as I hoped they were going to be honest. I thought we'd definitely have 20s in every slot. Max referencing more for world purse progression as a tank. Yeah, you're probably right. Different atmospheres entirely there. BM Hunter is also a good raid lead spec. Yeah, it just like feels like a DPS is like at any moment you can die, right? So like if you divert your attention at all, you might have a death and that might be the wipe. Whereas like a tank, I could like straight up like not even pay attention in raid and I'm still fine. Have you experienced in Burnout in WoW? So I'm like I'm like a student of the mind, I would say, and Burnout is the top topic that I try to focus on. So I'm very aware of what it feels like and what it is, and I take great precautions to avoid it at all costs. So have I experienced it? Every single day, yeah, but not in the way most people have experienced it. And I just got one shot there, so that's not good. Mob's aggro too. Oh, he trapped it good. Not sure why. Did I get hit by the thing on the ground? Maybe that's what happened. I get that guy out of there. He just doesn't fucking move, man. Look how far away I am and he still won't move. This trash just fucking straight up blows. It's the worst dungeon in the game for Sanguine. Tank is by far the easiest role to raid lead on. Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know why other people say it's not. Your ability to casually time 20s and talk to chat is extremely impressive. I will take that compliment. I will not downplay that. That is definitely something that I think I worked really hard on, and most people probably would not really have as much. It'd be surprisingly difficult for people, I think. Looks like a hot mess, the dungeon. Yeah, it's just an absolute mess with Sanguine because it's really hard to not accidentally aggro extra shit. But that's over now, so that's good. Actually got past that really hard trash. Prague guilds doing 21-man raids with raid leader, not even in the raid. I love that. If I could do that and actually get gear from that, that would be the only way I would ever raid. But I get why they would never allow that, because it'd be way too easy to just funnel gear to somebody. But man, I would kill for that. If that was a feature of WoW, I would definitely, that would be the way I would raid lead from now on. I like blessing on the first pull here. Gotcha. Most like raid leading as BM Hunter, since playing the class is very simple and they can focus on the raid. Well, that's what I'm saying. Playing Blood DK in a raid is very simple too. It's certainly more simple than playing a DPS in a raid. I literally don't even have to tank half the fight, right? Like my role is just a weak DPS for 50% of the fight. The only time I've ever had any trouble raid leading was on fights where there's like insane mechanical complexity for tanking. And Mythic Plus is like, that is every single time you're doing Mythic Plus, you know, so. Well, that's true. I think that's the thing, is the range gets the better view, but it's not as bad as people make. Oh god, that's terrible. It's not as, I'm gonna die to this. Can you heal me, please? Okay. It's not as bad as it looks like it is under melee, but it is pretty bad. Okay, just gonna actually just ban this guy, please. I'll get it. Anyway, you lose DPS if you lose focus. You lose less on tank. Yep. You can 100% say healing is the worst of both worlds when it comes to raid leading. Yeah, and I started raid leading on a Holy Pally. That was another reason why I wanted to stop playing Holy Pally, because it was very difficult to play in Legion, and you know, as the raid leader, it was even harder. This would probably never happen, but I would pay so much if Blizzard offered sanctioned private servers as a creative sandbox. Yeah, I actually suggested that, and that didn't get received well, let's put it that way. I think it's because like most people who are hearing the word private servers from Blizzard think like I guess they're not able to realize that it would be perfectly possible to play the game offline and still enjoy it in ways if it was more functional. Hunter doesn't have Wailing Arrow. Oh yeah, that's really bad. Well, would you look him up, or and he just killed himself running around soaking things that don't need to be soaked? Braille like a DPS, and everything you do is super timing critical. Yeah. Exactly. That was what stopped me from Holy Pally completely, because it was like, it turned into this, like, you had to like line up everything perfectly to actually do good HPS in Legion with that stupid Aura of Sacrifice shit. And on top of raid leading, it was like impossible. Shadowlands versus Dragonflight Mythic Plus. No, you can only do one. Just Dragonflight, it's the only option right now, and I'm gonna die because we didn't get dispelled. So, Purgatory saving me, we'll see. Yep. Pretty sure that's a dispel, right? Which one do you prefer? You can only do Dragonflight, yeah. In this raid, you also get a range-only mechanic as BM. Even if it's easy to play, you have to deal with that more as a tank. Oh, yeah. Yeah, either way, I don't think DPS is less complicated than tanking in a raid, no way. You will take the best damage, not what is best for the group when pugging, so taking Wailing Arrow doesn't make their damage look good. Yeah, well, let's hope people aren't doing that in a 20. I don't know what's going on with this, but this guy's kind of already a bit lost.
Good work, champion.
We'll let him know.
Now
he knows.
Below,
Neither is dying twice. Yeah, exactly.
the exposed life pools
Yeah, he
are
just
in
didn't know about it, it
grave
seems.
danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all
Have
the
you tried
best
tanking with
areas.
Warrior? Not recently,
We
no.
must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault. Beware. Take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
I would like to assume in 20s people take it more serious. Yeah, you would hope. That's really the only way you're going to succeed, so.
Beware.
Oh, that did a lot of damage. Guess we're going to need to be a little bit more proactive for that mechanic. I think I was just low, though.
Beware.
320k only. Did you level in Dragonflight as Blood? Yes, I did. It's actually one of the best levelers, in my opinion. Some utilities are very hard to take, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, there's some that are just too important to not take, so. It's all relative, what people find difficult. That is just too big of a thing not to take, and especially in a dungeon like this where there's tons of interrupts anyway that could be valuable for. I'm really tempted to try it. Yeah, give it a try. Blood DK isn't the best it's ever been, man, 100%. It's in the best position it's ever been. What was the main reason you switched to Alliance? It's a long story, but just looking for something new, basically, was the TLDR. I liked Orc a lot. Yeah, I do miss Orc at times, but... yeah, if you have any questions, Xavier, just let me know, buddy. I'm at the point of needing a few 14s and doing 15s, so lots to improve on before even thinking about 20s, but one day, hopefully. Yeah, you get there. It's not too far, I'm sure. Just the problem right now is like keys aren't being listed. If there was 20s for every key listed, I would have a lot more, but I like dwarfs. Yeah, dwarfs are cool. Not too shabby. Going all the way back to vanilla, I remember picking Alliance because I thought Horde races were ugly. Yeah, I still think that most of them are ugly, to be honest. The old Tauren run animation and the new one is so trash. Oh yeah. Getting into a key is often harder than doing some of the keys. Yep. The fact cross-faction is open is a lot healthier for the game. I think that's definitely a good thing for the game, 100%. For Mythic Plus especially, like I think it could be the whole game, but certainly like competitive pugging stuff is really, you need that. It's nice. Group getting hard farmed on this pack. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there, to be honest. This is not really, just sucks, unfortunately. I was hoping it was going to be better. Hope cross-faction guilds become a thing. I'd imagine there being so much technical debt. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a feature that they're working on, but it's probably going to be one that they're going to take forever to get done. I think they know that it's not. It has to happen. It's just a matter of when. Really like your weak aura setup? Oh, that's good. I'm glad somebody does. I'll be making a UI video on it soon, and hopefully I could share that with you guys this weekend. I think locked factions had their time and place, but that isn't now. Yeah, Blizzard agrees. Have you played with the Cobalt Assembly Ring at all? I used it, yeah. It was good, but it has really shitty secondary stats on it. So we replaced it pretty quickly. I don't like to keep those things on very long because then you just end up going the whole season with a shitty ass ring on. You think it's, this is too, it's irreplaceable. It's like, I'm all set. Let's just pull the band-aid off, as they say. Rip it off, get onto the proper gearing schema. Starting weeks are always like, I feel like they're just like a test of patience. Here's some loot, go get some gear, oh have fun, you know, do this, level characters, but once it starts for real, it's like, alright, let's get going here. Let's get some good gear. Are you making any more Metro lore videos? I'm curious as to how you're able to stream so often, because I have no life. What else is there, right? It's my job, and I dedicate every day to being able to do it, that's it. Not much of a video needed on that one. I mean, like, what else? I'll answer any questions, but I don't know if there's a video there. Cobalt is nice till you get something too good to refuse. Right, you're right about that. Okay, where's this fucking dragon? Are we good here? I can't ever tell. I guess we're good. I think that's a good 45-second video. I didn't know if it was your work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it used to not be. It used to just be a hobby, but then I lost my job during the pandemic, and I was like, fuck it, let's do it. See what we can do. And honestly, without the insane support of a select few, but almost everyone, to some degree, it's been a wild ride, let's put it that way. Couldn't have done it without you guys. I was a dental assistant. Yeah, dental assistant. Finally crafted Lariat. It's pretty good. Sweet. Yeah, there's the boss. Knew it was happening. Just when was the question? That needs to just not be a fucking thing. I don't know. I was willing to wait for it, but it would have been like a minute of waiting or more.
to the master of these men.
Yeah, sure, we could do that.
Champion. Beware.
It's actually a good idea. Guessing you don't need to kill that mob? No, you're way over counting this dungeon. You're like 110% count if you go the normal, just straight line. It does seem like it's pretty skippable by accident though, and if we ever fall into that position, we will definitely do it. Dungeon is just very strange to me because I still don't fully understand what you need to do to reliably upgrade this key. A lot of weird things in this dungeon. That was a pretty early ring there.
The elements answer to me!
Collects teeth and also your soul. Yeah, blood drinker, teeth drinker. Rumor has it you can skip both dragons, but it's very hard and risky. Yeah, I definitely won't ever be doing that. You can't skip both. Like, I don't know how you would, because where are you gonna fight the boss? Like, the boss is gonna run one way or the other. You got to go right or left, right? So you better be goddamn sure you're absolutely destroying this boss, because otherwise you're gonna end up running into the dragon during it. That's a good ring there.
Beware.
I think that's it, right? We're good. You can definitely skip one of them. Yeah. We're gonna skip that one. If you pull that pack that the Pat landed on up to the stairs, it won't aggro the dragon. Gotcha. Okay, that's a good tip. That's actually interesting. I might try to do that from now on. Alright, let's see what this fight looks like. Been having a lot of trouble with this fight recently. No, it sounds like I know everything. Is there anything that you think I would still not know after you explain it? We'll try it next time, see what it looks like. You have to pull the boss up the stairs each time to avoid dragons. Yeah, okay. Definitely not definitely not skipping both of them. That's not happening. Dead again, yep. This fight is just really, really unfair. We actually don't have a battle res, I guess. So I guess I need to just, yeah, this is like not ever going to change at this point, so I'm going to have to just sit on every defensive CD. I think skipping one dragon is decent, me too. I think I'm just going to have to sit on every defensive CD to make sure I don't die there. Without, well, Purgatory will be up this time, so. The first one is the worst, and then it gradually gets better. The second one's pretty bad too, but it'll gradually get farther and farther apart, the two CDs. Everyone skips fire dragon since the lightning one flight path is more awkward. Yeah, that makes sense. Fever coming on. Alright, see you, buddy. Hope you're feeling better. Hopefully we'll get this key done and then one more and then we'll have 4. Okay, I actually just died so slow that it wasn't an issue that time. That might just be like a side effect of bloodlusting on this fight, to be honest. That might be why all of a sudden this fight has gotten harder, because in the beginning of the season, people weren't actually bloodlusting on this fight. Is the fire dragon even dangerous until 50? No, not really. Doing a really good job with the boulders thus far. I did this last night on Heroic. Seemed easy. Worse name was it, but how's it going, man? That's an emote I've never seen before. What is that thing? A little fish or something? Yeah, we're in range of Death Strike. It's easy. Good. That worked out pretty well. See how much movement we've done already? We're like, yeah, we're nearly halfway, or we're nearly like 45 degrees down the circle, or whatever you'd say. My God, it's still crazy. Damn. Ah, it's still purgatory there. God damn, man. It's almost over though. Doing good, sweet man. Glad to hear that. But that's where we got the talent. And there would have been so many more depleted keys this season if it wasn't for having Purgatory and Red Thirst together. It's so wild, dude. Unbelievable how many times that's happened already. Jesus. 20s are just a big step up. This priest is amazing. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't really, I wasn't really paying attention honestly, but it's gone well enough considering we had a couple big mistakes. There's a reason all the top scored tanks who can take a second life talent take them. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Should have probably used the trinket in the last expansion, to be honest. There's so many times though this expansion that I'm like, well, I don't think I should die there, and I die, so I guess that's the difference. I don't really remember that happening much in Shadowlands. There's only really like a couple times that actually stood out. Like right there to die on that boss. That's like surprising as shit to me. I can't believe that happened. Sometimes you just parry him, I guess, and you just don't take any damage from it. DK, yeah, yep. That's correct.
Beware.
This one's got a lot of health, I guess, huh? It's just like everything else has been dead, and this guy's just still sitting here. Still trucking along. Should probably just get this guy some mana, huh? Before we do anything. I guess not. The caster set in Sanguine recovered nearly. Caster sat in. Oh, did he? I wasn't even paying attention. That's funny. I was wondering why I was so healthy.
Beware.
Do we think Alex Central is close to his return? No, I have no idea, man. Okay, that's a good ring there. That's a really good ring. That would have been really bad. That happened to us yesterday. The mini boss you were on this week often lives longer than the actual boss. Yeah, this is. We had this healed full yesterday. That was not good. Really ungood. Yeah, maybe if we didn't have the, well, obviously we're overcount. That's not really ever going to change. If we didn't have the wipes and we had Wailing Arrow on the first boss, yeah, we'd probably upgrade this, to be honest. But the wipes are the hard part to avoid, so. Yeah, this mob's shield is just why it takes so long, huh? It's crazy. This fight is like super short on Tyrannical or Unfortified, though. That guy's apologizing. It's just like the only reason we didn't want to pull it was because he needed mana. Don't have to. Oh, that's lucky. Don't have to apologize to me. I don't give a shit. Land somewhere good. Are you? Not there. Sorry for apologizing. No worries, dude. Just trying not to do it again. It's always like a tough conversation. When somebody says that, stop apologizing. It's like, what do you say? Oh. Like my initial reaction is like, sorry. Oh wait. You know, it's like, what do you do? Makes it tough. Yeah, or what? The fuck you gonna do about it? That would really turn the conversation, huh? Stop apologizing, or what? Fuck you gonna do? That would actually be funny as shit. Next time somebody says it to me, I'm gonna say that to them. Or what? Why? What are you gonna do about it? You'll do nothing, like Connor. You'll do fucking nothing. That would really turn the conversation, huh? Went from apologizing for something seemingly needlessly to then really getting aggressive. Alright, I just got one shot again. Pretty sure I was at full health that time too. This fight is just not working. Sorry, Blizzard. Now you'll have to apologize for apologizing. Exactly. Griffin, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Oops. Let's threw my D&D down the wrong spot there. You'll do nothing. We'll probably still get a good amount of score for this because our highest was only 18. 5 minutes over though, not what you want to see, but it was with multiple wipes, 2 full wipes. Watch any good shows lately? Nah, I don't really watch TV. Game of Thrones or House of Dragon, that was the last thing we watched, and that was it. I did watch Apocalypse Now, the film, the other day when I was sick. Nothing else to do. I figured I might as well watch a film. That was a trip. Fucking crazy ass film, and it's like one of the craziest films I've ever seen. 9 points, but we got a 20 done. That's more important. Moto Flash. So pretty when it burns. Dude, there's so many good voice lines in that expansion. We used to talk about them all the time. What was the other one? You will not escape. It was almost like kind of like sing-songy. It was like, you will not escape. I could see it being in like some rap song or some kind of like beat. Slash Pat that priest. Yeah, he did well, I guess. 44k overall, yeah. Too many yellow icons. It's just not for me, man. In terms of the trinket again, let's take a look. Yeah, this trinket's just not. Trinket's just kind of just not doing it, huh? But this is a much better offensive trinket at least, so we'll keep it for now. It doesn't seem like it's any worse than the previous one, and it's definitely better offense. Thanks for sub, Shiraza. Welcome. So we'll hang on to that trinket. Alright, so that was actually good. We needed that key. Ruby Lifed Pools. We still got low score from it too. Completion. We had that Dix Priest there. Add them to the list. And it is Monk, Hunter, and Mage. There you go. So that was another Mage. Now another Arcane Mage. That is now our 23rd Mage of the season. Hunter is actually not even the thing we've seen the most. We've actually seen 63 rogues. Oh, and 67 monks, although a lot of them are probably rice, so that kind of blurs it up a bit. But I had my first cross mage in a key yesterday. Yeah, we were talking about that before. All the rogue specs are viable. It makes sense for me. Sweet. I also like that you have 0 seconds to comply. Oh, don't bring that up. That's my favorite one. Mobility compromised. So I just always makes me chuckle, man. This fucking like robot is like stuck in this thing, like blah blah blah, little kind of bouncing around. He's like, mobility compromised. It's like, oh, you think? What makes you say that? Told the gore, more bombs. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah. That one I don't remember very well. Algethar, let's do it. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing Vault again. Just need to get another 20, but they're so few and far between, it's probably a good chance it won't be today. I mean, I guess my best chance would actually be to just go do that group, huh? Yeah, I mean, kinda. Opinion on Enhanced Shaman right now? Let's pass on that. Enhanced, I think, is pretty solid. It's pretty solid, yeah. It seems really fun, too, I think. If you blink, you'll bleed, yeah. I was talking about that DK living through Herja yesterday. Oh, that was awesome. Yeah, that was really cool. That's like fucking, I love that. Oh, Jade Temple, we need that pretty bad. Go do that one. As long as we don't fall apart in the last pack, we'll be alright. Watch the group try 24 ruby. That looked rough. Oh, did it? Oh, another 20 ruby. Didn't even see that. My brain blocked it out. Or should we go do the double Warlock, not good 19? That sounds like that's going to have a lot of interrupts in that group. At least Warlocks have an interrupt finally. Took 5 years, but we finally got there. Oh. We're gonna play. It's all red too. I love the red logo with the red background. Everything's coming up red. There it is.
Happy New Year, Metro. Thank you for insightful gameplay content and helping others to achieve their goals.
That's very generous of you. I'm very thankful for that. I mean, so much generosity recently. It's still staggering to me. I really appreciate that. I'm just glad that I'm able to help, honestly. Like, that's my main thing. I've just always wanted to help people get better at the game, and seems like it's worked out, and I really appreciate you being receptive to that. You guys need anything, just let me know, alright? Canadian bucks. Yeah, that's like, we just talked about this because me and Cop were looking at purchasing something, and it's like 30% of a United States dollar, I think. Alright, 70% I mean. I like the Psalm 5-man with the orcs. Wait, did you mean WAD? You're talking about Iron Docks, right? The group 2-chested 22 Jade to get their 24. Wow. 2-chested at 22. That's pretty wild. See, I told you. You guys are like, you're a legend, bro. You've upgraded a single 20. It's like, okay. Anyway, let's get another thing on. Yeah, Iron Docks. Yeah, that one. That fight, honestly, that whole voice line thing, it was clever, and it was kind of charming the first few times you hear it, but after you hear it 50 times, it's like, alright, it's kind of stupid. It's not as funny as it sounds. Would you prefer to be a myth? I don't really have much of a preference on that, to be honest. Alright, well, it's 2 o'clock. We have about an hour and a half left here. I forgot about that. I actually have to go early today. So we did, hopefully we can do this into 20 and then do that 20, and that'll be our goals accomplished for the week. It's a wild season for sure, but I can't wait to see the MDI. I'm not a fan of it, but it might be interesting this time. Yeah, I don't think it will be, but maybe they'll make it more interesting as well. That will help. I mean, the group to do those high keys for some of them, their boomy is averaging 120k. Right, I mean, that's a big deal. Grats. Thanks. On what? Too bad they don't have Legend Plus. They'll have to stick to Mythic. It's a good one. Funny. Oh, wow. Pele died. 82. The Great Push was my thing, but the amount of positive changes lately, who knows? Yeah. I'm ready to watch them smash 20 keys in half the time it takes me to run a 13. Yeah. And do stuff that's like completely unrealistic for what the game normally looks like. Like reset a key and just immediately try it again if they fail. Pele, the Brazilian king of football who won a record 3 World Cups and became one of the most commanding sports figures of the last century, has died on Thursday. He was 82. What did he was sick from, undergone treatment from colon cancer, and had been hospitalized for the last few months with multiple ailments. I like these posts that Wowhead's been doing recently. This is kind of cool, actually. Just like fun little flavor posts. I don't know who this person is, but they're finally embracing a little bit more about the game than just some specific type of content. Dragonflight is just so fucking good. I think it's at the end of the day is a big part of why. It helps. Alright, here we go. Should have an easy upgrade ahead of us, and then we do hopefully the 20 with these guys. Some calamity befalls us. Zero healing done from the healer. That's probably a good thing, actually. Every day Blizzard posts a fun Wowhead post. Well, it's not Blizzard doing that, of course, but yeah, either way, that's I like those articles. I'm glad that they're doing that, more stuff like that.
This was once a place of peace, a place
Perfect timing on this.
of rest.
Rivers of the damned, rise. Rise in the name of darkness. Rise in the name of their soul.
Trash still hits hard though. This dungeon is actually like kinda dangerous. It like sneaks up on you. It's harder than it looks. It's always posted by Discordian Kitty. Yeah, shit, that's cool. I don't know who that person is, but good work. I like it. So just sit on Rune Weapon. It's pointless to use it here.
Marked by lightning.
That's awkward. I don't have any fucking speed buffs and the mobs are really far away. That was a really shitty pull on my part. Do you stream Saturdays? Typically, yeah, Saturdays used to always be my bread and butter days, but this weekend with the New Year's there, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen this Saturday. Typically, the schedule used to be, before Dragonflight, the schedule used to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. And then Monday and Thursday I would play golf, and then Sunday I would make videos. Sunday and Monday I would make videos. But with no golf possible anyway, I've been streaming a lot more recently anyway. On top of Dragonflight, obviously it makes it a very easy decision. No idea who they are, but I would assume they are a content creator working for Wowhead. That would be exactly who they are, yep. That's a good assumption. Alright, let's see this fight. This fight I do think is harder than it looks as well. Has the potential to be a very long fight as well.
The elements answer to me.
Why no golf? Impossible, yeah. Snow. I really wish there was... Yeah, I'm telling you right now, the more I golf, like the longer into my time golfing, the harder it gets to take these winters off. Last winter was rough, but I got to golf on New Year's Day. It was actually like 60 on Christmas last year. I guess I better help with this. And yeah, this year I've already now not golfed since like November, I think it was. And it was mostly because of Dragonflight. There was a couple days where I definitely could have golfed, but pretty sure it was like early November was the last time I struck a golf club, or struck a ball. Struck a golf club with a golf ball. But yeah, so this is gonna be like, it already feels like I'm super late. Like, I need to golf. I feel that feeling like I really can't wait to golf, you know, and we're 3 more months away from being able to golf again. Yeah, simulators are not for me. I don't think I would enjoy it. I probably am going to need to go to one at some point, though, because I'm just like, oh, shit, that's not good. I'm going to need to, I think, at one point. I'm just too, like, I'm, like, really itching for it, you know? The big Arctic front just barely missed us, so it's been like 45 and 50 here, yeah. I'll start checking you out on Saturdays when I'm out in the garbage truck picking up trash, alright. Yeah, we'll always stream Saturdays, usually one way or the other. But right now, we're basically just streaming every day of the week, like there's nothing. Kind of force myself to take a day off here and there, but other than that. Lots of snow melted, which has been nice. Yeah, it has, but I don't think any golf courses are gonna like reopen. I haven't checked, but there's really not a lot of places that I would golf anyway, and those places are definitely not open. They're still buried under a foot after the 1 foot is melted. Oh yeah. Well, we didn't get anywhere near that much snow here. Like the grass, you can see the grass. Like if I had a grass, like if I had a golf course in my yard, it would be possible to golf right now. But that's about the only place it would happen. What's this? This is like over now, I don't. Very hard to not die to this now. Gotta get lucky, and we did. I think New Mexico is really good for golfing because we usually only get a couple days of snow a year. Yeah, New Mexico and Arizona and those countries, or those states in kind of the center of the country are really good for it. Kind of anything right of California, but left of like Kansas is probably really good.
Marked by lightning.
Any country, or any, I keep saying country, any state that doesn't get a lot of snow reliably. Yeah, that's perfect. That didn't aggro any of the extra ones. Ideal circumstances. Oh, wait. How'd that get aggroed? Did that aggro the whole time? I just didn't see it. Sanguine sucks so bad on these mobs, it's so annoying.
Your undying souls will fuel
I have to drive to California after work this next Wednesday, and I'm not looking forward to it. Oh, why? This is probably the worst actual week for Sanguine. We'll see what Bolstering does in here, but... Or, I mean, the worst actual week for Shadow Moon. We'll see what Sanguine does in here, but this is a really shitty affix for this dungeon.
The elements answer to me.
There's a bunch of mobs that just refuse to move out of it, and one of them just like actually trolls. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. The spider just stands in it, like he runs into it. I guess it's just a confluence of where we had him yesterday, but it was really strange. It's just a long drive. It's for my sister's wedding, and I don't really want to see my family. I see. All right, well, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. You know how it goes. Rashid, what's up, buddy? Long time to see. How you been, man? How's it going? How's that warrior treating you? Doing? Still playing warrior? Keep thinking Void Devastation is the frontal.
Marked by lightning.
Oh yeah, 400k from that frontal. Actually, that could be dangerous at some point. Well, with AMS, it's hard to just gotta actually pay attention to the actual name of the spells.
None escape the void.
Oh, here. Oh right, I forgot about that. That's actually not great. Now somebody's stuck down with one of them. Just one shot an entire normal raid up into Razagath. I hate 12-minute fights. Oh yeah, no doubt.
Swarming to the corpse of a dying god.
Is that dead? Yeah, I guess it's dead, yeah. Oh, Razagath is also like 5 times harder than every other fight. I wouldn't even say it's difficult because of that. We really need to kill this one first, to be honest.
The elements answer to me.
Fun raid though. I really like the raid, yeah. It's actually really quite nice. Gonna try to pug Vol later. Been having way too much fun at Mythic Plus. Oh, that's the raid. Yeah. Definitely, it's fun too, but yeah, Mythic Plus is just more fun. Not as good as Nathria. Well, Nathria is a big outlier. That'll always probably be one of my favorite raids ever. Hey LRI, welcome back. How you doing? Probably my favorite of the past several expansions. Yeah, that and Battle of Dazar'alor are definitely my favorite raids. Already outgeared normal though. Need like 2 pieces. That might be an upgrade. Yeah, definitely normals. Not bad. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
The elements answer to me.
My key. Is it? What do you think about the seasonal effects? Yeah, I quite like it. The thing I like the most about it is that it doesn't have any actual mobs that we have to fight. So for the first time since the the inception of it, it's not something the tank has to route around or figure out how they're pulling it, you know? It's quite nice. I feel like tanks like suddenly are much freer. I love Nathria too, but I'm also a sucker for any raid that gives me a purple mount. What raid is that? For me, it's a little hard to see, actually. For me, it's just a little hard to actually see. What does that mean? I never got to run Dazara lore when it was current. Oh, okay. It's a good raid. I quite like it. I just love Zolazar, I think, at the end of the day, is the thing.
The elements answer to me.
Why are they not aggro? Congrats on the 20 yesterday. Road to a 25. It's not really a road that we're on, but yeah, maybe. Why does your Death's Advance look red? Because I changed the icon to be red, yeah. It's not the only spell I've changed. Maybe just the most noticeable for you, though. Changed a lot of icons. I quite like the visual side of the icons. It seems like it's a big part of the game to me. Nathria gave the purple dragon. Did it? Didn't know there was dragons from Shadowlands content. I don't remember that. I agree with you. Do you use the HD icon pack? Yeah, the Mecha Gnome one or whatever. Yeah, that's where I got all of them. Makes it a lot easier to edit it when you already have them in JPEG or whatever it is.
The elements answer to me.
Yeah, it looks good. It's actually funny. Nobody has ever commented on that. I started using it in BFA and not a single person has ever said like, wow, your icons look different. Did you do something about it? It's like only ever when I changed the actual visual appearance of it. But to me, they look way fucking better than they normally did. I guess people just don't see it. You should try the AI upscaled one. That's what they are, yeah. The Uncorrupted Voidwing. No, that would be Nyalotha, right? What are these guys laughing at? I really enjoyed Argus. Oh yeah. The Argus encounter, you mean? I wasn't sure since I didn't know if mine was called Mecha Gnome, but yeah, I installed that and I was like, holy, yeah, that's it, yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly if there's different packs out there or what, but. Evening JG, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How the hell are you?
The elements answer to
The dragon covered in purple void. Yeah, that's Nyalotha, yeah. AI upscaled? Is AI upscaled? Almost definitely the same. That's probably true, yeah.
Beware.
I mix up Nyalotha and Nathria. Yeah, I was gonna say this. Very different raids, I think. Nyalotha was a fun raid to progress through, but I don't really have much fondness for it. Other than it was cool raid bosses at the time. That was the raid that I fully fell in love with raid leading. That hive mind fight was the most fun raid leading experience I've ever had, I think. That and Vexiona, really, really fun. John, what's up, buddy? Love the stream. I am a new tank this expansion. How do I avoid getting pulled in on the inhale on this boss? The way I do it is I use Death's Advance, but if you're not playing Blood DK, there's no option. You'll have to go do it like everyone else, and that way is stand in that little puddle thing. Those, it's like a little, looks like Defile almost or something like that, and it stops you from being pulled in. Did you like BFA overall? At the time, I liked it a lot, yeah, but looking back on it, I see a lot of the faults now. I'm always like, you know, it's hard for me to dislike the game at times, so.
Beware.
Hard for me to really have negative opinions about something I'm playing as often as I am playing it. Hive Mind was fun. We kept dying to the same mechanics all night. Oh yeah. BFA had fun dungeons. Yeah, I didn't really love the dungeons in BFA, but it had some of the some really good ones for sure. Freehold and Motherlode definitely two of the best. Motherlode definitely. Freehold I think is a little bit overrated, but still pretty solid. I wonder if I enjoyed Antorus as much as I remember, or if I just really enjoyed Aflac back then. ABT was a good raid, I didn't dislike that. Probably one of the most unique fights ever in the game too, that A&R encounter. I finally have good internet, so I can dodge things now, that helps. Dodging things is crucial. Crucial. Motherlode was great. I'm probably on the minority on this, but I love King's Rest. Yeah, you definitely are. Well, no, I don't dislike it that much, to be honest. It's not that bad. It's just really annoying in a time when routes are so volatile to put a pack like fucking Zool dude in there, you know what I mean? That shit was so annoying. People only like Freehold because it was easy. I totally agree. Yeah, I think that's a big part of the remembrance for people. I still run on Taurus occasionally trying to get that stupid sword, and all you get is a relic instead. That's the worst part about Legion Transmog, man. The worst.
Marked by lightning.
That was the best dungeon ever. Why is that? Oh, because it was the easiest. Right. I was like, oh, that guy die again? Why did I even battle res him? That was a bad idea. Why don't you run a power and rude weapon? I don't like it. Do you plan to do more videos with your monk bud POV? I had hoped to, yeah, but I don't know. It's up to him. Can't force it, you know?
Marked by lightning.
I did enjoy it, and I like the insight you gave. Yeah, I thought that was like, I honestly I think that's the best series of videos I've ever made. Not to like say like I did anything crazy with it. I just think it's the most possible I could ever help any on one topic. It's simple, just queue for the last two bosses and in Taurus. What's simple? I actually enjoyed Shrine. I think Shrine of the Storm would be a good one to come back, because the big problems with it were mostly like interrupt based, and now the game's a lot more flexible. Do you like the Dragonflight dungeons? Yes. Rip Pele, yeah, I saw that. Siege of Brass, that one I hope will never come back. That and Tolagor are two of the worst dungeons they ever made. And that's what I'm saying. Like, BFA had two good dungeons, or a couple. Like, yeah, BFA had good dungeons. There's no problem with many of them, but it had the worst. Like now, definitely now that Grimrail's solved, the worst dungeon ever. And that is Tolagor. And then honestly, probably the worst dungeon ever for actual fixes, and that would be Siege of Borealis. So. Yeah, not great. Definitely not, you know, you can't ignore that, unfortunately. Those are definitely big problems. I think Pride Pull was the best and hardest seasonal fix. Definitely the hardest. I don't know if it was the best. The prison dungeon? Yeah, that's the worst one. For sure. Alright, well, we're not double upgrading this anymore. But I will finish it, no problem. Everyone hate Wagon Shadowlands too hard. Definitely some of the best dungeons in there. Yes, the best pool, I think, ever. That's the big difference.
Army of the dead, arise!
Altogether, no bad dungeons. I can get complaints about other areas of the game, but the dungeons were great. Yep, I agree. I agree, dungeons were great. Yep. God, I love AMS. Yeah, no doubt. This guy's opinion is that if I don't die, we're not going to upgrade it, but I don't know why he would think that. You think it's going to take me longer than 6 minutes to reduce 5 million? Hunter is going to blame you for not timing the key. It's going to be in time. Like, what, you think it's going to take me 6 minutes to do 5 million damage? I don't understand. We just fucking wiped, dude. I don't trust you to do this fight again. Are you kidding me? I want to thank you again. I'm leveling my DK and liking it so much. Sweet, that's awesome, man. Let me know if you have any questions. Unfortunately, that probably means they're not going to want to do the 20 with me. I swapped to Blood DK and I'm loving it as well. Sweet, man. We're doing 21k DPS right now, so that would mean it would only take me 2.5 minutes to finish it from here. I don't think that's suddenly going to become wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're good here. I just walked right back into that. I wonder if that's going to end up being an issue.
The elements answer to me!
December flew by, yeah. Christmas does that, right? Always how it goes. They don't like randomly die. I've had the worst keys today. Oh, really? Sorry to hear about that.
The elements answer to me!
Why did you tank him there? It's your fault the DPS didn't kill the ads. Consistently doing 21k the whole time, so this was never even remotely in question. These guys, are these guys like trolling or what? I don't know. I literally just saved this key for them. They just died on one of the easiest dungeons in the game. Almost completely lost the key over, and I literally saved it for them.
Kindling of foes, beware. Army of the dead, arise.
I think this dude's got to be trolling. These guys have been saying like absolute nonsense the entire dungeon. I don't know. They must all know each other besides me. Yeah, I literally just upgraded this key for them, like, single-handedly. They just died on one of the easiest dungeons in the game on a week that isn't even challenging in here. And that's not really what you want to see, but all good, I can help them. So I did it. Killed the boss for them. I assume they're just trolling. Wasn't even close. We had over a minute and a half left. That's easy. We got gloves, which we don't need. What is it? What are these guys even talking about? I assume they're joking.
What time is it? This has been time well spent.
Can't do math? What the fuck is math? Speaking of math. Alright, anyway, let's add it to the list. Healer is dead equals the square root of pi. Yeah, I don't really understand the issue here, but whatever. Anyway, Shadow Moon Bearground. It's just like an ego thing, I think, right? I just saved the key, bro. Chill out. I did it for all of us. We all got the same benefit from it. You don't have to thank me, but you don't have to be mad at me either, that's for sure. Okay, Druid. Demon Hunter, Hunter, and Druid. Yeah, it was really the Hunter who just bailed quick, but... Oh yeah, I never got a chest enchant, I forgot. I wanted to kill the boss. How dare you kill it for me? Yeah, right. Oh, you're right, it was an upgrade. Fuck, I forgot. That's how easy that key is. Spent 6 minutes killing the last boss and we still upgraded it. Yeah, I'm always going to take that exact same stance. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm always going to take that exact same stance. If somebody dies, if there's a full wipe on a boss, then and I can solo it and we got time to solo it, I'm doing it. I don't really give a shit what the people think because, no offense, but, you know, dying on a fucking fortified boss, especially in the easiest dungeon in the game, I don't trust you. Sorry. I can take that out of the equation by me doing a little bit of extra work. I will do that. Alright, we need to get an enchant. It's called Sustained Strength. Is that the name of it?
Well then, let us proceed.
This is still not a very good chest enchant, so I'm not going to put the 19,000 one on it. I will buy that one.
Go.
I don't understand the argument. If you couldn't time it, there'd be something. If you couldn't time it, there'd be something there. Oh, I see, there'd be something there, but you did, so what's the problem? Yeah, well, whatever. The guy was all mad about it. He left before any conversation could happen, but... Alright, well, we only have time for one more dungeon, so we better get going here. None of those. Oh, man, Ruby, I guess, is the only one. Alright, let's just fucking do it. Let's go. Hopefully it'll get filled quick, because I don't have a ton of time. I have 45 minutes left. He got proven wrong. It's just really strange. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like, the guy was actually, like, insulting me. It's like, dude, I literally just saved that key. What are you talking about? What the fuck, man? That's how bad people are at this game. Like, they can't even admit when somebody else helps them succeed, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? I literally just upgraded your key for you. What are you mad about? Okay. Sorry, you died. It sucks. Sometimes it happens. I just don't get it, why they don't want to admit it. I get why it happens. I get the... Oh, look who it is! The credits! What the fuck? Oh man, this has been an interesting day so far. You guys probably don't even know who this is now. All these new viewers. Tarnak. Anyway, make yourself a macro and go ahead and read the dungeon journal while I solo it. But might as well bind it. There are websites that you pay to be carried. You did it for free. Yeah, for real. You dared to accuse him of making a mistake, so they got defensive. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even insult the hunter. I never said a word to him. These guys are like talking nonsense the whole dungeon. I was going to ask if that was the same lock. Yes, it is. What's this guy's score now? Oh god, he's only 2,200. This would be interesting. This guy is, he's famous around these parts, if you guys are new. In Shadowlands Season 4, he did the exact same like profile of Backseat Gaming, 3 keys that we played with him, 3 keys in a row, pretty much. The exact same profile, like, lol, this idiot tank doesn't do exactly what I want him to do. And then, like, the 3rd time it happened, I was like, alright, dude, you're a fucking idiot. I'm not dealing with it this time. So I was like, you want a tank? Go ahead. I said that to him, right? And he's like, sure, I'll fucking tank. And he starts pulling trash and nobody does anything about it happening. So he just gets one shot. Oh, that was really funny. But yeah, we just go from one piece of hilarity to the next. We'll see what happens. He doesn't seem to recognize me. Free content, yeah. He is the content giver. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We got 30 minutes or so, about 45 minutes here, so. How does he not recognize you? That's what I said, dude. Because he does this every key. That's the only way, dude. It was literally 3 keys within 2 weeks. He did the exact same thing to me. I bitched at him back. We got into a fight, and the key disbanded. 3 times in 2 weeks, and he does not recognize me. You know what I mean? It's like... that means he's doing it every fucking key, right? That's the only way. That's the only way this could happen. You're gonna remember it unless it happens all the time. Illidan gamers. Yeah, I guess that we've had a lot of trouble with Illidan recently. Although it's funny because we were looking at it and I was like, man, Illidan had a lot more disbands in season 4 than I expected, and now I realized 3 of them were just him. There was only 12 on the list, and 3 of them were one guy. If someone was doing the key solo and I could still get up and pee mid key, I'm thankful. Hey, now I'm on Illidan. Yeah, well, you're not disbanding the keys, huh? Need a lore update. Yeah, it's pretty much everything. He actually agrees with me? Did he sell his account?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
True, but then I haven't tried big boy keys yet. Yeah, you should definitely just, yeah, definitely want to be doing above 10s right now, that's for sure. Maybe he's in a better place. Yeah, you never know, man. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
How's the runs doing with somebody? A little messy today, but...
Marked by lightning.
Beware.
Oh. I did the avoidable. New season begins, and with that whole new bucket of crap. Yes, sort of. Much different than previous seasons, at least thus far.
Beware.
God, that hits hard, man. I tried my highest key, 16 halls. This priest couldn't keep the group alive during Persia bubble phase. Yeah, it's tough. That's a fight. That's always going to be a problem. Not even tyrannical, though. That's kind of scary. Actually killed that before the other trash. That's good. I don't actually really have any CDs up, so take it slow here. Rogues are killing it this expansion. Yeah, they're pretty solid. Pretty good. I haven't seen a single disc priest even apply. Oh, really? Played with one before. He did pretty well. It was actually in, wasn't it in this dungeon? Yeah, it was in this dungeon. Needed juicy DK with AMZ there. Yeah, oh yeah, that would actually be pretty useful, no doubt. Might actually be up for every one as well. Didn't have AMZ back in Legion, so I've never tried it. Herja equals death on Tyrannical if you make too many mistakes. Mistakes don't really have much to do with it, sadly. Fight just does a lot of damage and it's very difficult to heal. How long does a typical season last? Usually 6 to 8 months would be the number.
The elements answer to me.
Oh, it gripped the wrong one. God damn it. I stunned the mob and everything. I was like, this is going to be great. I'm so skilled. And I gripped the wrong one. Do priest shields work with DK's Gloom Word? They should. I don't know for sure that they do or don't. A lot of the priest and shaman players play evoker now. Oh, really? Maybe Sanar can grip that for you? Where's the mob? Come on. Can I pull it without aggroing? I don't even know. Yeah, I guess so. Did the group use defensives and pots for the priest? I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. Oh, you're talking about Valis' key or whatever? I mean, to be fair, you could say that, but not being able to heal a 16, I don't know about that. 16 fortified, that is, you know? The exact amount of high key players lowered in both classes. An increase in evoker due to similar mentality. Gotcha. Why would priest shaman reroll the evoker? I'm not really sure. I guess because they're similar enough. First new healer to release in a long time. That's true, yeah.
I will not allow you to disturb Melectrusa's work.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail.
The thing about using like pots and shit, it's like it's only gonna get you through one, so it might get you through in a pinch, but to say like, oh, you didn't use pots, that's the reason we died, it's like, nah. You're gonna have to do like 4 or so, like 4 of those in the whole fight, so you're gonna need more than pots to get you through it. Just did a Ruby life pools with 41 deaths. Wow. They rerolled because community said shaman are bad. Any healer who is good player can heal any key. That's correct, yeah. Yeah, it's purgatory. Okay.
Marked by lightning.
Okay, boss.
You will not interfere.
I wonder if we should use that potion, that AoE potion on this fight too. Doesn't seem like it. That guy hits really hard, yeah. I always say Bloody K is the best healer in the game. Well, they're certainly the ones that are going to heal the most. Nobody's ever going to heal a single player more than a Bloody K is going to heal themselves. I know a couple of fantastic non-flavor of the month healers. Nice. Glad to hear this. Do I have anything? Oh, we got a tombstone.
Marked by lightning. Beware.
These belts are pure. They will show you the truth.
I just can't respect healing Evoker as a class. It's grossly overtuned. Oh, really? Not sure I would speak that strongly for it. It's not, first of all. I don't know if you've looked at the stats, but it's really not. It's not even like the top HPS in raids. It's close though. Maybe I should practice on lower keys. No, definitely you're like, I'm trying to be like generous, but like you guys who are not even like close to 15s yet, like you guys are way behind and you shouldn't be. Like they're not hard. You should be way higher than you are right now, unless you've only played like a few hours. We did higher than 11s the first hour the season was out, you know? Nobody had any gear at that point or any knowledge about half the shit. Broke Taros last night. Saw Evoker doing 90k HPS. Oh, that fight, yeah. Spent a lot of time there last night. Didn't go well for us. Any player that plays the class will generally do very well, regardless of meta, yeah. Cyanark can't really say much about your route, at least. That's the funny part, right? Yeah. Like you said, good job with that. Is he redeemed? Redeemed? I'm saying in Mythic Plus, Evoker and Druid are stupidly ahead. I don't think they are, yeah. I wouldn't agree with that. Evokers are like the third best raid healer. Yeah, they're kind of like fluctuating between the third and second, it seems, depending on the fight. That can't be the same guy. Yeah, right. Feels like everyone should just roll on their own pace. If you want to do 10s and 11s and do it. Yeah, I mean, take your time if you want, but I'm just saying, like, if you're talking about feeling like you aren't where you want to be, then that's a big part of it right there. Those keys just aren't hard. You're just stuck with bad players who are also kind of slowing it down. Every class will complain how OP another class is. Yeah, you're right, actually. Playing an 11 with bad players is harder than a 19 with pros, and that's what I'm saying. You got to get out of that 11 as fast as possible, because that's not really a place where good players are going to collect. Community perception on how imbalanced classes are and how imbalanced classes are extremely different things. Oh yeah, I get your point, yeah. Yes, totally agree, obviously. So we were saying about the Enhanced Shaman thing before, like, people were like, it's great that they have 2 viable builds. It's like, they've always had 2 viable builds. Just the community never allowed them to have 2 viable builds because people don't know how to have difference, like, you know, they can't look at things differently without seeing math. You have to fucking take talents and you could probably upgrade some keys. Which of these dragons mobs do you think is worse? The lightning one is far more dangerous. The problem with the fire one is that he just seems to be a real pain in the ass. Like, it's hard to get him where you want him. Well, you may be the bad one, but that's not, you know, the content isn't hard enough for that to punish you in that way. And I'm not even sure I got a single piece of gear before we finished our first 11 in time. I don't actually remember what happened that first day. It was kind of a whirlwind, but pretty sure we got up to, I don't even remember what the first day got to us, but I'm pretty sure we were like in the 13s or 14s. We did one of those keys the first day. I don't even remember though, maybe not.
Well done. You have secured the first
elements answer to me.
I think Ruby Life Pulse is my least favorite. Yeah, it's not great. Oh, I fucking interrupt the wrong mob again. I keep doing that. Pretty much only ever going to do one flame dance, it seems, so we can just commit our grips to the cinder bolts otherwise. Just kidding, there's the second flame dance. I like Ruby dungeon design, but I don't enjoy the dungeon. Oh, okay.
Beware.
What do you think's causing that then? Not fully understanding that comment. The difficulty of it, I guess? Use mouse over macros? No, I target it, yeah. Mouse over is not good for me. I would never be able to do it. I need that, like, tactile feel of, like, okay, I actually targeted the thing. I look forward to Ruby Azure Vaults. Fills me with dread. No, really. It's a fun dungeon, but feels overtuned. Yeah, it's definitely overtuned. But the timer's not as tight as it could be, so I guess that's good at least. Finally got my PC upgrade yesterday. Been paying better attention to graphic details and ambience in the dungeon. You were so right about Vault. Oh my god, the music's amazing, yeah. That's like, it's not even like, it's good. The music's good, but that's not why it's so interesting. It's just so different than every other dungeon I've ever heard music from. Usually most music in dungeons is like really high energy and it's kind of trying to get your blood pressure going, you know what I mean? But in that dungeon it's like the complete fucking opposite. Whoa, what was that? Okay, where's this fucking dragon at? There we go. Soothing and calm. Yep. Oh, King's Rest. I don't remember. But yeah, it's like actually like straight up like I can't remember what it's called, but there's something in it that is like used in music to elicit like calming responses in the brain. So it's like they knew exactly what they were doing with that. Opinion on what Vault talking about? Azure Vault? Whoa. It's a tight timer, if that's your question. A lot of damage from this tank mechanic. I like the dungeon a lot. We were literally just talking about it, so I'm not sure if you just somehow didn't hear that, but yeah. I really like the dungeon. It's really calming and the music's awesome and the dungeon's fun, but timer is super tight.
Marked by lightning.
I just died of volcano. Holy shit. That's not good.
Beware.
I'll die, I guess. 2 million.
Beware.
I'd really rather not.
Marked by lightning.
Beware.
Sanark been behaving, yeah. Everybody in the world needs a 20 right now, honestly, so. Oreo, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
Marked by lightning. Run away, little girl.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
Will you stream again this week? Yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow 100% no matter what. I just don't know what after that it's going to look like. I expect to stream Monday no matter what as well. But Sunday I definitely won't be streaming, and Saturday I'm not sure yet. That's funny, you can actually just walk right by this pack, I didn't even realize.
Marked by lightning.
The last pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements.
Ah, I missed the fucking interrupt again, man. I do that so often anymore. I always try to wait till the last second and it ends up just hurting me. What happened to the timer here? Not sure, to be honest. I don't know. Just tough dungeon. Lots of deaths to trash, like tons. 11 doesn't seem like a lot, but I guess it is. DPS dying and having to run back. Yep, that definitely happened. Lots of that, you know, just one guy dies and then that's it.
Beware.
Waiting for him to come back kind of thing. Alright, let's see how this fight goes, because this has been a real problem for us this week. Fun this dungeon, man. Did this on 18 last night with guildies and the final trash mob healed. That happened to me yesterday on stream, dude. It's so embarrassing to watch that. The mob's got like a fucking massive ass health pool as well. That's like the worst feeling. It's got like 2 relatively low health mobs attached to it. Pin, welcome back. How's it going, buddy? 11 deaths isn't a lot. Yeah, it's all one at one, like one at a time kind of thing. Yeah. A single wipe would have been 5, and that probably would have been faster than all the different mistakes we've had. Okay, here comes the difficulty. So we're going right at this point. Tough place for that first one. Oh, I got hit by that too. That's really bad. Insane, bro. 20? Eh, not really. Hey, evenly distributed. What's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. Could definitely be going worse. We're getting our 4th 20 of the week now, so it's really good. See, like, sometimes I just straight up don't take any damage from that. I guess I'm just parrying it. Nice, that's a really good one. Not sure who that was on, though, because I don't think that was on me. I'm going to pug some adventures. Alright, see, we'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. See how long of a fight this is, though? Craziness. Why don't you do the raid? What do you mean? I did the raid already. Did that last night? You missed it. Okay, that's that.
Vile monster! I protected these life pools. No!
This pull looks aggressive, but it's a lot of really small mobs that just don't do anything. It's really only 5 actual elites. Not a tank player, but I enjoy watching your content. Koch, well, that's awesome, man. If you have any questions or need anything from me, please do let me know.
The elements answer to me!
Alright, Sanguine. Move. Oh, it's all the warriors that are left too. That's cool. That's really good, actually. Having the interrupt on the healer is just so vital, man. It's so great because like a lot of these casts are just like, well, if we don't cast, somebody's gonna die, and the healer knows that. You know what I mean? Like just like the tank, they're the ones who are the most in tune with that. So it's so good to have interrupts on healers again. Are you watching the CFB playoffs? Yeah, I'm debating it. I haven't decided yet. What time do they start? I think they're pretty early, aren't they? Or they're pretty late, aren't they?
The elements answer to me!
Beware.
Actually, yeah, I think now that we for sure have 2 good videos for the weekend, I think I probably will not stream Saturday. And we'll do all that stuff. I told you, Sanguine's just a lot worse than I think anybody expected it to be. Like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? Are you joking, dude? How long is that mob gonna sit there and cast spells? Like, come the fuck on, man. Blizzard, you gotta, like, I think somebody said it the other day about mobs should be silenced when they're in Sanguine. I don't really think that's balanced, but something should happen, because that's just ridiculous. Mob just sat there for like 30 seconds and wouldn't move out. It's so annoying. Yeah, not good's the worst for sure for that exact situation. Usually Sanguine's problem was that you didn't have enough space. That was always the big issue with this affix, but now it's like taken on a whole new difficulty. I don't know if this is intentional or what, but there's so many mobs in this expansion that just, after they stop casting, they just don't do anything else for a few seconds, so it's really punishing at Sanguine. Even 3 or 4 seconds in Sanguine is like a huge mistake. TCU in Michigan is at 4. Okay, yeah. That's the game I actually wanted to watch the most. I don't expect Georgia to lose, but this pull initiation was clean as fuck. Oh, really? Been doing it for a long, long time. Okay, we got to be really ready for this. Start moving them now, I guess. Everybody was so focused on the ads, I guess they didn't break the shield. Yeah, Sanguine. Too much to deal with. At least Sanark is staying for completion. Yeah, like I said, everybody in the world needs completion right now, so 20s are too valuable. Where can you get 5 minutes? What do you mean? Nowhere. Bronze Dragon, that's about it.
Marked by lightning.
No, stop dying as a healer. Another whip to this guy, it seems. We'll be alright, maybe.
The elements answer to me.
Well, it's not gonna kill me, at least. AMS 580k on top of what AMS absorbs, which is 300,000. So it hit for 900,000 damage. That's wild. I hate this mob. So difficult. Yeah, we're gonna wipe again to it. It looks like. I feel like I've been seeing that a lot. Healers on full mana. There's not much else going on, and people still dying. Yep, it's all because of avoidables now. This is a completely different game than we played the last 5 years of our lives, honestly. For years, it was not like this at all. Like, the avoidables were not like this. It was, yeah, you die maybe to bosses in Legion or some interrupts on trash and BFA, but for the most part, people literally just fucking AFK'd through dungeons, and the hard part was the tank. And now it's the complete opposite. Now the tank is kind of just sitting there waiting for everybody else to figure out when they're going to survive. Should use Bloodlust? Yeah, definitely, but apparently that's not possible for some reason. Looks like that interrupt is really important too. Look at that guy's going to just die to that interrupt. Not getting happening. Not happening. Not getting happening, yeah. If you can get the shields off the mob, it makes it a lot easier.
Beware.
Spicy damage. Yeah, one kick almost killed that guy. I think if he didn't get... If he just ate it and not got a single heal, he would have straight up died to it, like, easily. So it's not that uncommon, though, when you put it that way. So I wonder if they're going to stick with this kind of seasonal fix. Like, I wonder if they like the way it's playing out. It's kind of funny because it's quite boring, but that's fine. That's like a good thing. I think that's like good. I think that's making it good. Allows the dungeons to be the focus. And looking back at this whole argument with Sanark as well, like all that time, it was always because of the affix, right? Like, it's actually kind of funny. It's fucking actually crazy, right? Like, all 3 times we got in an argument, it was because I didn't pull the affix the way he wanted me to pull. And so now it's like, there's no affix for me to pull wrong, so I can't ever get in an argument with the guy about it. You know, it's like, whoa, this is kind of interesting, actually. What did he say? Oh yeah, where's the CD at? It's quite nice when that happens. They probably will. They did say they're moving away from the borrowed power model, right? Yeah, they did say that, but they've said a lot of things over the years. Actually keeping them nice and even too, that's pretty good. That's really not the death you want now. Is it required to time 20 for the portal? Yes, that's correct. Where are we now? Still in this phase, okay.
The elements answer to
Oh, the other's dead, so. Frustrating fight, I'll tell you, this place really just sucks.
It was worthless to try.
If everyone stays roughly near the middle of the golden ring, the dragon will always land on the platform. I've heard people say that, but yeah. I wish that was easier to execute, maybe. I don't know. Much overpower. Oh my god, please nerf. Oh yeah, he was not attacking that.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
Let's see how he replies to that. Lock, you need to hit drag. Found that the wind always goes counterclockwise. It seems like that, yeah. Stunning is kind of trivialized by the weak aura. What do you mean? I'd say it's trivialized, but the weak aura certainly helps. What was your favorite seasonal fix? I don't know. It's a good question. Probably season 2 of Shadowlands. Just because I love fucking Sagadon. And Varuth, my man Varuth. In the 18 last night, the dragon was at 13% when it landed. That's like ideal as fuck, yeah. That is so fucking ideal, it's insane. That's gonna happen a lot too. If you can just like really be aware of where your damage is coming, you can actually control that pretty easily. Basically, you just need to get him to push right as he lands on the platform. And then he's gonna do the breath, like right here. You see he's gonna do this breath for like 4 seconds or some shit. In that time, you can push him super under 50. And then he's got like a 5-second window where he's gonna do something else as well. And that's the trick right there. I don't know where this guy is. And another guy dead. Okay. This fight is really not that hard. Not that hard. It's hard, but that's not why it's hard. Died to 2 fucking frontals. Oh, we can't do this with people dead, so I'm just gonna jump off. Doing 20s and dying to avoidables, that's what I'm saying. That's not really gonna work. That's not really gonna work. Running out of time though. I knew this was gonna happen.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
BFA season 4 was so good. Yeah, it was alright, but I didn't. It ended up becoming really toxic by the end because then people were trying to force you into doing really overcomplicated routes. Try that. I really like BFA season 2. Did you? That one I didn't really think it was very good. I didn't get the entitlement of everyone not a tank telling you what the routes were in season 4. Yeah, it was really frustrating. Yeah, that's a good tip right there, actually, from Sarnark. Sanark. I always say his name wrong, but yeah, this seems to be the way to do it. Tank over here. It's probably because of the line of sighting, I bet. It's a good find there. So it's not the golden thing, it's the pillars or whatever these are. I have 7 stacks of that. Just gotta, oh, we're in final phase. Oh, and see, he even ran a little bit there, so that was another few seconds of extension of the phase. And another wipe though. This dungeon just absolutely is unbelievably overturned. It's so crazy. I don't understand how a fucking tyrannical boss or a fortified boss is this hard every single time you pull it.
It was worthless to try.
Season 3 was fun when we got the every time. CDs every other pack was nice. Yeah, I quite like that.
Force Queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
What's the new weak core for there above A-bomb limbs you have going? I'm not sure what you mean. Probably the trinket, the new trinket I got.
Deal with my pleasure. That's enough.
Slappy hands, yeah.
The elements answer to me.
Okay, that's like pretty perfect. A little bit too high still, but definitely gonna push it under 50 here. Thanks for the sub. Cannot see who subbed right now, but see they run back. That's why it confused me. I don't like. I can't really stay there. People are getting melee and shit. Kind of mad that Wild Spirits wasn't retained in the talents, so yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm surprised actually. For ones that were difficult to balance the whole expansion, they probably just wanted to move on from. Stop dropping fire all over me. Oh my god, and the healer's dead again. Jesus Christ, man. I fucking hate this fight, dude. This is the worst fight they've ever added to any Mythic Plus. It's actually crazy. Like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. I don't understand how this fight has not been nerfed. Flayed Arrow is basically in the marksman tree. Oh, that's the Revendreth one. Really don't have. I gotta get going, man. I really don't want to leave this, but hopefully this time we can get it. It has been nerfed, not the damage. This boss needs to do like 50% less damage. Wait, isn't this the lock who left 3 keys in Shadow? Yeah, we were talking about it before.
Queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
Fire placement is the only thing that sucks about the strategy, but I do think this is a good choice. The only problem is getting threat. The debuff hurts a lot if they don't dispel, yeah. It's not even like, it's literally just need the healer to survive, and that's it. Boss would be very killable. We can 2-man the boss. As long as I can be dispelled, I can solo the whole boss. But unfortunately, the healer dying every pull is really making it hard. And Rogue's already dead, so let's just wipe it up.
The elements answer to me.
What eye level tank to go Mythic 15? Doesn't really work that way. You can just do whatever. Just push as hard as you can.
Unworthy.
I have many lucky do's to you.
What do you think? He jumped off? What is that comment? There are literally no mechanics going on at that point. Well, he died to something. Dorky did like 19 as 366 Prot Warrior. Yeah, it just doesn't, you know, gear just doesn't really work that way. You can do any key really at any gear level. There's going to be some hard requirements, I'm sure, at times, but not many compared to raid and stuff.
Deal with these.
Beware.
If you run your own keys, you won't have to worry about being geared enough. Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just go list your key until you can't list it anymore. Okay, I guess we got too far away from the statues. Boss is more like a raid encounter than a dungeon boss? Yeah, it's very much the case. Way too many mechanics and way too much damage from each of them.
Let us destroy these insects. That's enough. Get blown away.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm done. I gotta leave. I can't do this anymore. Okay, it's dead. No more healer deaths, please. Good. I just don't even know what's going on in this fight because I just see people get one shot all the time. And I don't know what would be doing that. I don't think it is. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea. Fight doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. There's way too much chaos for me to identify exactly what's killing people.
The elements answer to me. That's enough.
Alright, well, we got our fourth 20 done at least, so that concern is now erased. We add this to the list, and then I gotta get off. But thank you for watching, guys. We will be back tomorrow with more. That's not the dungeon. We will be back tomorrow with more, for sure, one way or the other. Some more keys on DK. And then depending how it goes, I think Monday we might do some alts. Let's do some Holy Pally. Completion. We'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Evoker. Targeted fire dot before you drop the fire does tons of damage. Is that what it is? Demon Hunter, Warlock, and Rogue. Alright, sweet guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. 20's a 20. Yep, you got it.